take flight. Marc D with the C's got the key to life. Retro toys and comics we adore. TV and movies, let's explore. Sunday Night Geekery, it's the place to be. With Marc D with the C, let your nerd run free. Old school vibes and stories untold. Tune in, tune out, let the magic unfold.
Hey everyone, welcome to Sunday Night Geekery, and almost on time today. There we go. There's the background. Almost on time. I was streaming with the awesome Sean, the sci-fi model guy, and we started the stream at 8:30, and said, "Oh well, yeah, that's 7:30." Originally it was 8:30. I said, "Let's 7:30," because I had mixed up the time zones that Sean's in, and I just finished 5 minutes ago. But yeah, not too late, I guess. So let's of course,
Wizard's always on time. He's never late.
Wizard's always on time. So thank you, Dave C, for being here, and of course we've got to start with. I got to add that to the Sunday Night Geekery intro there. Always remember Clobbering Times, so thank you, Tim, for that. Remembering our buddy Clobbering Times. And hail to Snorter Poopers, Q Burr. Hello, humans and other critters. And Professor R2 is in the house. Awesome. Hail, Professor R2. And let's see who else is here. TK's. Oh, TK. Yeah, I think I just met you on Sean's stream. So thank you for heading over here. Yep, that's awesome. Yep,
nice.
And here's who's this guy? Oh, that's Dave.
No, I don't know that dude.
Not for children. Oh my OMG, I'm too childish for this. Yep. And hail to the geeks. Yep. And the Snorty says, yep. R.I.P. Clobby. Yep. R.I.P. Clobby. So yeah, I always remember our buddy Clobbering Times. And of course, I've got to get a clip from you from Big Trouble in Little China, Dave, I guess, right? That would probably be a low-fan clip.
Because you know, Mark, what I'm really looking for, you know, is a girl with green eyes.
Right? So let us play. Well, Dadman's not here yet. Hopefully he'll show up, but
he said he might.
Never that way.
God damn it, Mark. Jeez.
So Dadman's in the house in spirit always. Yep. So we always got to start the show with that all-time classic. Let me see if I do have a clip from Big Trouble in Little China. I must have a.
I'm kind of surprised you don't. Just in
we did that on Toxic Tuesday, but
that's it.
So as we do the movies on Toxic Tuesday, but in the beginning I wasn't doing as many clips. Yeah, I go overboard when I do things usually. So, but in the beginning we're just playing the slideshow, and then like let's do some clips, and then I learned how to do Premiere. Like that's why I had Premiere, not for work, but for clipping. Clipping TV shows. Oh, I do. I
clip that whole movie though, man.
Oh yeah. I have the slideshow. Do I have?
Yeah.
Oh, it's an all-time great. Yeah.
It's like Tombstone. It's like every other minute you got to clip a line from that movie.
Yeah. No, it's great. Oh no, I don't have. I have the clips from it, but I don't. Oh, that was before I started doing like my crazy, really going over the top clipping everything. Let's see if I do have. Yeah, I'll find it. What's your favorite clip from that movie? Then?
Oh,
if you had to pick one,
I had a feeling you were going to put me on the spot.
Yeah, I got to put you on the spot. Well, that's my job as the host. Hey, Courtney. Oh, Courtney will be joining a bit. Awesome. Yep.
Some of the low pan ones are great. This pisses me off. Do it. I mean, there's just so many.
Yeah.
When they drink the potion and they're all just standing there, and he's got lipstick on, and I'm feeling pretty good. And the one, it's the whole montage liners though. They're not even one-liners, like in the beginning and when they're playing the card game and stuff like that. He's like, double or nothing, Jack, or you leave Jack Burton alone. In the beginning.
Yep.
I was just
too many. I don't have any Big Trouble clips yet, but I will I promise by next week. I should make sure I make promises I can keep. But yeah, that's.
Oh, come on, Wayne.
Come on, Wayne. Yeah. God damn it, Mark. Yep. So tonight we got on tap some really exciting stuff as usual, right? Probably some food pictures. because I did have some more restaurant pictures of food pictures. I did go out went out to dinner on Friday night and got to see Captain America, New World Order. So pretty Brave New World, excuse me. Originally was titled New World Order, but yeah, let me organize those pictures there.
Funny why they changed the title.
Yeah, if I change the title. So yeah, that was my Valentine's Day gift to my wife. She got to go see the new Captain America movie. Well,
Now, I heard a rumor. Was the popcorn bucket $50?
It was $50. I'm like, you expect me to pay $50 for this in front of my wife is watched right here behind me?
Yeah. They put you on the spot for how much you spent on Valentine's Day, right?
Yeah. I'll be a dead man there. It's like, oh my God, I can't do. But it was way too. I mean, the shield did look semi cool, I'll say, but yeah, that's $50 for that. It's just but the woman's like, they're very nice. She's like, it includes popcorn. I'm like, I know, but that's
it was just a shield box. It wasn't anything.
Well, it was
like
a shield with the popcorn in it, like a pop-up thing that they had.
Now, if they were smart, they would have, if they had a Red Hulk movie in the works, which who knows, right? They would have had like a head sculpt with the top of his head coming open, and you know what I mean, to promote for later on. But just a shield, that's kind of.
It wasn't. I have to say, it wasn't bad, but it was just the $50. If it had been $30, then I would have gone for it.
I gotta be honest. During the summertime, it sucks to go to the movies because you can't sneak in any candy bars in the winter coats like during winter. Right? At least you can sneak in a candy bar. And then maybe even some popcorn, just get a drink or whatever. How much are those now? $8.50 for a small one?
Yeah.
$7.50.
Oh, well, popcorn's like $15-20. And hail to Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. And we got RobAltis in the house. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true, Professor R2. Yeah, it was crazy that that movie was more of a sequel to the Hulk. And I'm like, when would that movie come out? It was like 20 years ago. Like,
which one? I can't keep them straight. I just remember it was Banna and then it was Norton, right? I just remember.
Yeah, let me check that out.
With Liv Tyler and Ross, and I got to remember the Banna one was with the dogs, right? With Nolte, is that right?
Well, that was the first movie was with. Let me share the screen here. That movie was with. That was the Ang Lee Hulk movie. So here we go. So that's the Ang Lee Hulk movie, The Incredible Hulk. That was, what year was that? So this was the movie. I went to see this with, not the Norton movie. I did like the Norton movie, but let's see, Incredible Hulk movie, 2003. Now, and the CGI was pretty poor back then too. Yeah. And I went to my good buddy I do like that poster. That's cool. And hey, Penny, how's it going? And TK says, from what I've heard, the movie doesn't know what it's supposed to be. Brave New World might have been a better name. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, so 2003, then 2008. Yeah, right after Iron Man. Thank you, R2. Yeah, but my buddy has ADD, and we went to see this movie, and it was so boring. This Hulk movie, the Ang Lee one. It's like, are we in the right movie? Is the Hulk going to be in this? Where's the Hulk? And then they fought those radioactive poodles or whatever in the movie.
That's the one with the dog. Okay. Yeah. Sam Elliott. That's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah. So that's the first Hulk movie. And just not. Not, so I don't think this is considered part of the Marvel universe and per se, the Hulk 2003. I think this is. Hey, Claude Salin is here.
It's like a one-off, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is
want to go see a Hulk movie. Just go see it.
Yeah, I think this is before they were talking about, doing, the MCU per se as it was set up. So, and the CGI, CGI has come a long way since then. So, but that was just
for some movies, yeah,
yeah, but that's just a bad movie. So then we had the Hulk. That was 2008. Was the
Oh, you got a super chat there, huh?
Oh, wow, Sean. Oh, thank you so much, Sean. Yep. Thank you again, Mark, for coming on the show, sharing your craft, and also for the coasters. Made my month. Awesome. Yep. Very glad I was able to do that. So let's play something for Sean here, of course. So let's get to, we got to do some Star Trek stuff.
No bloody A, B, C, or D.
Bridge is smashed. The computer's inoperative.
Brain and brain, what is brain?
Hello, computer.
All right, and we got to get one more here. Let's grab TOS here. Let's get
We can't break loose. We need more power.
You cooperate with us, and maybe we'll cut you in for a piece of the action.
So thank you again, Sean. Yeah, that was a blast being on your show. And here, let me put Sean's channel in here if you're into model building and all things cool sci-fi guy. Let me put that in the chat. And of course, if you missed me being on the show there, you could catch up and watch that too. Yep. So here we go. Here's Sean's great channel. Learned a lot of stuff. Yep. Very cool. Very cool. Yep. So thank you again, Sean. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I did do some coasters for Sean. So let me show those to everyone again. So I made some cool, because Sean's the cool sci-fi guy. So I made snagged his image off the interwebs and made this coaster in Adobe AI and excuse me, not Premiere, Illustrator, and then pulled it into my 3D printer. So printed some cool coasters for Sean as to send him. So thought that was a lot of fun to do, and I'm learning how to do these things too, which is a lot of fun. Hey, Brogu, how's it going? And TK, what's
I had a Star Trek question for you whenever you're ready.
Sure. What's the Trek question?
You probably know this, but you remember the cage, right? The alien that kept him in there and stuff. Did you know that was a Meg Wiley? That was a woman portraying that character?
Yes, I did actually. I did actually know that.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Not gonna lie. Yep. No, I
cool.
did, because they were looking for exotic look, and also with the the voices, they wanted a very androgynous figure for that. So
yeah, it fits. It makes sense now, right? It's when you find out. It's pretty cool.
Yep. So so really great casting and really a great idea to do that. Yeah, but I didn't know that right away. Years later I learned that, but yeah.
Well, it's just kind of cool after a long time if you don't know. I figured you knew that, right? But most people might. Yeah. Just interesting tidbits and stuff. Shows and movies that you find out decades later. To be honest with you, I did not know that for a long time.
No, it was it's definitely something pretty wild when you read. And of course, you couldn't watch The Cage originally in Hail to Captain Infinity. You couldn't you couldn't see that full episode in the beginning too. So when they finally released that, the first version you'd watch was black and white and color, because they couldn't find the color footage, and then you were able to watch it in full color. Then they found the Roddenberry found the film then, thankfully. So yeah. Funny coincidence, right? Yep.
Well, it was
which is the original Broadway production of the Glass Menagerie.
Glass Menagerie, yeah. The South Park episode with the guys fighting over they were fighting over, which it's not one episode, it's 2 episodes, and you know what I mean, and then they fight over it about who's right.
Right. Yep. So so this Hulk, I did like I don't know what you guys in the chat thought, but I did like the 2008 Hulk movie. I did really like Ed Norton and Liv Tyler as Betty, although huge Jessica Connelly fan. And then of course with the Super Soldier Serum prequel, The Abomination, kind of had that scene where he's like, I'm actually able to fight the Hulk a little bit, with the Super Soldier Serum.
Well, Yeah, he tried.
Sort of, sort of. He didn't squash, but then of course he turns into the Abomination. But yeah, I thought that was an interesting setup, and I thought Norton did a really good, really good job in that role. Like him a lot better than
The bad
Mark
guy in that.
Ruffalo.
What's his name? He was good in that.
Yeah, no, he was good. I guess behind the scenes there was some conflict with Mark. I don't know. I'm not privy to that, but I think there was some something going on there. But I liked his portrayal of Banner a lot better, and Liv Tyler, of course. But then she was gone for. Was that the last time she was in? Yeah, Broger likes it. Yeah. So and then set up the leader, like set up Stearns as the leader in the end. Yeah, it wasn't super amazing, but it was much better than the first Hulk movie. I did not like the design of the Abomination in that Hulk movie, but what are you gonna do, right? Not everything's perfect. Yeah. But the CG was pretty good, and of course they do reference that in the new movie. So, but yeah, it's almost like this is more of a sequel, which is weird as a Captain America movie. We'll get into the breakdown of the movie a little bit, but yeah, it was really strange to see so much of a tie-in to that previous movie. Yep. So let me send. Yeah. So did you see it, Dave, or
this new one?
Yeah, the new one. I'm guessing not.
No, I passed. I'm kind of interested in Thunderbolts for some reason. I don't know why. I was kind of interested in Taskmaster. I just gave a pass on this one.
Yeah. Oh, Polly's Minion is here. Hey, and the pepperoni. Let me put a Truck Drug approved overlay stream on. Hopefully this stream will be Truck Drug approved. That's what I want to say. Yeah. Hopefully we'll live up to Simi's high expectations. All right. So let me put her channel chat in here. Let's see. AM's chat. So we're gonna go check out her channel and her travels, and hopefully you had some better weather recently, because I know you were driving through some snowstorms, which can't be fun in a big rig. There we go. So there's her channel. Check out her travels. And Professor R2, I shot you the link. Oh, if you feel like popping. No pressure. I hate doing that, but I think you've seen this movie. Oh, and Dadman's here too. Awesome.
Hey.
And R2 is here too. Everyone's popping in. This is awesome. Hey, how's it going?
Where's that? Oh,
welcome.
Oh, he's on the stream.
We got Dadman and R2.
Hi, Dave.
I thought I heard you there.
And welcome to Professor R2. Let me get the overlay. Here we go. There we go. I'm semi good at this YouTube stuff.
I got about half an hour, so I just got done with one. How are you tonight, Mark?
Oh, I'm doing excellent. I just got off the stream with Sean, showing doing a lot of 3D printing and showing my workspace and setup and hopefully cool stuff like that.
What did I miss about your thoughts about a Falcon or Captain America? Or have you?
Well, we're just getting into. We're just starting, so you just popped in at the right time with Professor R2. So, thank you for coming in, R2, as well.
Yeah, no problem. If no one else has seen it, at least the two of us can talk about it.
Yeah.
Did you get to see it, Dadman?
No, I didn't. I actually went and saw Dogman with my kid today.
Well, that was a much better choice.
Oh, good. Yes, it was a cute, fun movie.
Yeah, it was good, Dadman.
Yeah, it was good. It was a nice, cute movie. It's like Captain Underpants. I mean, I think the same people made it, and it was nice, cute, very, very touching. Very touching. You had the one that was the bad guy wanting to be bad, said he's unredeemable, but he really did have a good heart down at the bottom, and the adorable little kitty cat that he called his clone that he cloned, and it was really a cute movie, and Dogman was cool. It had some sad moments, had some heavy moments.
Oh yeah,
in it. Yeah,
he does get turned into a dog, right?
Well, yeah, because it's a cop and the dog, they work together. He's got a girlfriend, all this stuff, and then all of a sudden, like when the accident happens, they sew them together. His girlfriend leaves them all, leaves him and the dog. They're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Runs off away with a new boyfriend and all this stuff. I'm like, geez, that's pretty heavy for a movie like this. But it was adorable.
I hope Dogman had his day.
Yeah, he did. He did. We had buildings come to life. It was really a cute movie to watch. It really was fun.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely better than The Flash was. The missus didn't go to this one, though.
Yeah, so no, it's only Brogu and R2 and I that have seen the Cat movie, and I'm still married. I did go see it, and Brogu. Yeah, I don't think this movie deserves hate. Like it, it's just not a good movie. I mean, it doesn't hold together well. We'll get into the.
That's what I keep hearing. Plus, this I don't know, Mark, if because you've been so into it from the comic books and following along. There's just so many characters. I don't know if anybody who hasn't been involved with Captain America or even the Avengers would be able to keep up with all these characters like Bradley, Ruth Bott.
Well, that's
name.
I was
it's
almost
just like a lot of people in this movie, right? I mean, I didn't.
I was almost joking to have my better half on, but she came down the cold that I've had for the last 2 weeks. So I was not that she would ever come on. Maybe if I pay her enough, she'd come on Sunday Night Geekery.
Yeah.
As a normie, she was totally confused too. 100% what you were saying, Dave. Like,
well, like I said, I'm honest. I didn't go see it, but I was on somebody else's stream, and they gave it about a 50-50 type thing. But I was just getting confused, and I was like, "We need Marc D, somebody to come help us."
That's almost like what it looks like. It almost looks like what's happening coming up with the Superman movie, because they start introducing more characters, and there's only so much brain power if you're not familiar with it can keep up with.
There's a lot of characters, and from what I understand, Dan, man, right, Mark? I mean, they're talking the third captain that was in jail for years, and I didn't even remember. I had to say, who's that guy?
Isaiah Bradley?
Yeah. Isaiah Bradley, right?
I'm still freaking at the new Guy Gardner guy for the Superman coming up that looks like from Dumb and Dumber. I'm sorry, that's the only thing I can't get that picture out of my mind, no matter what. That kind of normie I am.
And then they hyped him during the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, see, I'll be serious though, and Professor R2, I'm one that actually liked the Marvels movie. I was okay with the Marvels movie. Brie Larson is just what she is, but I thought the younger one and some of the others made the movie. But I'm not the comic book lore guy like a lot of other people were. That movie sort of worked for me, but I can see what Dave's point is. If you start to hit somebody with me with all these characters with no context, no background, it's going to be like, wait, where do I start? I mean, you're already behind.
For me, that movie fell apart with the inconsistency in their powers and when they would switch powers and places and stuff like it just wasn't it wasn't cohesive. I really like the young lady that plays Ms. Marvel. And I think she did a great job in the film. She also did a great job not like bringing politics and stuff to it outside the film.
She's great. She loves it.
I really like her a lot.
Yeah.
I wish her all the success. She's great.
Yeah. Well, my first question with this movie is this Red Hulk guy. It's like, now we got a Red Hulk.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm kind of like,
he's only in it for
Star
7
Wars.
minutes.
They fly now. It's kind of like, wow, now we got a Red Hulk. Okay, all right. So
well, that is from the comics, I have to say. So that is that. The comics kind of went the way of the Green Lantern with all the different lantern colors. So that was something that was translated correctly.
Especially the back. Drawing a blank. The bad Green Lantern, he's red. Not Mephisto, but help me out here, Mark.
There's a whole core of Red Lanterns.
Yeah, Red Lanterns, Black Lanterns, the Purple Lanterns,
the Red.
The Parallax, the Yellow Lanterns. So there's a whole slew of lanterns.
I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember all the names of those different lanterns, but there's a whole bunch of colors. I'm actually a pretty big Green Lantern fan. So
I do. Yeah. They don't have enough Green Lantern for me. I mean, Clobby did mention the animated series years ago, and I did watch it. And I love the animated series. So, but outside that, it's like you got no love or no appreciation for Green Lantern. We finally got Iron Man years ago, but there's no real. I mean, the Ryan Reynolds one, I know there's no love for it, but I mean, just would be nice to see Green Lantern get his own gig and not be backseat to everybody else.
There was a DC animated Green Lantern First Flight. It was actually pretty decent.
I think I've heard of that, but I've not had a chance to watch that. Okay.
Oh, so
if you want to see old boy get punched in the face by Batman, you go to Brave and the Bold, right?
So is this? I missed maybe this commercial in the Super Bowl. Is this what they added to the trailer for the? Was this the only add-on to the Superman trailer?
Yes.
So they just added this. The only bowl I need. Oh, it's a joke. Yeah. No. The thing with this is, yes, Guy Gardner does have a wacky haircut, but in the comics it doesn't look that bad, and sometimes they make it.
Oh, it look.
Sometimes it does look
really bad.
In the comics, I've seen some where it's like sidewalled on the sides. Like it's a buzz cut, but this is like Dumb and Dumber.
Other times they make it look not so bad, but they're going for this stupid look where the Dumb and Dumber look where I think it's bad. But on the other hand, if you recall, we can pull out the videotape. Weeks and weeks ago, I said Rachel Brosnahan would be a great Lois Lane. So what do you think of this picture? So I'm gonna get in trouble here now, but great, right? She's a great actress too. I mean, we're joking about her physicality.
She's wearing it. No, I didn't tell her.
She's
to wear that.
Got the comedic chops. No, she's wearing that.
Modern, current crop of actresses out there, I think she really looks the part. Not even commenting on this particular picture. I just think
Lois wouldn't be wearing that to the office, though, would she?
No.
No, well, Lois would never. Yeah, but Lois would wear that on a night out. But I've watched The Marvelous Ms. Maisel. That was one of the shows I watched with my better half, and yes, there is some nudity in the first pilot episode. They always do that in these shows. And that's part of the joke was, she gets divorced. Her husband is cheating on her. And she's like, and she rips her shirt off. She's like, and look at these. How could he leave me? Basically, and you're like, yeah, the guy is crazy. But she does have the comedic chop. She's got that spirit, that feistiness of Lois that she can do in the Maisel character. Marvelous Ms. Maisel, not that far from Lois Lane, actually, if you watch the show, in terms of her chutzpah and character. So I'd rather look at this than Guy Gardner. But see, Mark is always right? So I was right about this one.
Well,
GK Sushi is very nice.
On your show, you're always right.
I'm always right on my show. Yeah. But the Guy Gardner thing is. That's ridiculous. Yeah, to go that far out with the joke, because let's show Guy in the comics. So just to compare. So like Dadman is a normie. I'm not saying that as an insult. Obviously,
no, I know.
Yeah.
I understand.
That kind of threw you for a loop, I'm sure, right?
The visual, and I've still not been able to overcome it yet, because I see the Guy Gardner animations, but see, like the one on the right, he's got side bowl. It's a bowl with a side cut. What they did to, I think people like me, and you got to understand, some have said it's close to it in the comics, but people like me that have no exposure to the comics just see what we know to be and what we equate it to, which is definitely not anything in the Marvel universe. Yeah, it's probably the last thing you want if you want to take it as a serious character.
Yeah,
I keep waiting for hearing say, "You mean there's still a chance?"
They're definitely shooting for something that looks much more like his original '80s origins, with that ridiculous haircut. But I don't think it ever looked that bad in the comics. And then in the more recent comics, he's got and sometimes he's got more of like a crew cut or a high and tight. It's like he's not doing that. That sort of ridiculous.
This is the ridiculous one.
But see, you say that's ridiculous, but I could actually accept that because it's more sidewall on the sides. It's a different. You got to say that is a different look than the Dumb and Dumber cut, which is what they've gone in the ads, and that's to me. If you want to get the normie, it's a distraction. It's a distraction when I see the haircut, regardless of what I see in the lore and the art in the comics, though, because I can only associate it with what I know and have experienced. So,
and there's a brief time with Guy Gardner as a Red Lantern right there.
Oh wow.
The bottom.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
And
I
I've
didn't
read
know
all
that.
those comics too, and they've kind of forgotten some
It's
of them.
been a
I've got
while. It's
request
been a
here.
while. I haven't been back to them.
Put her back on.
Yep.
Let's stay
Yep.
focused here. Guys.
Priorities.
Let's stay focused.
Yes. On the lady. Yes.
Guy Gardner
Yeah.
gets punched in the face. Brave and the Bold. Bad man, you'll love it. The animated.
Okay.
You'll
All right.
absolutely love it. That's a great episode. Well, it's actually the teaser, isn't it? I don't even think it's the full episode. It's a teaser one.
Yeah, and the fact that Guy Gardner even gets the ring is just crazy at some points. But he does have a good character arc. But yeah, I don't think they
Don't doubt the ring, Mark. Come on,
Yeah.
don't doubt the
Yeah,
ring.
don't doubt the ring. But,
Well, it says he's the man
There
without
he is.
fear, not the man who's not a total asshole. So,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's the that's where they're. I think
That's
they're
his trimmed
James
version.
Gunn loves doing that, those digs and that humor there. So it's very James Gunnian for him to do that with Guy Gardner. How much is he giving in the movie? I don't know, but that's something yet to relating to the Captain America movie. Let's get into that screw up. Let me take Mr. Bowl cut down. I guess that's all they had, right? Yeah, that's
I just the only bowl he needs is his ridiculous. bowl cut.
Rogu has to go see that episode, Mark.
Yeah, he's going to go check out the first episode of Marvelous Miss Maisel.
Yeah, I shouldn't promo that. Yeah,
Can't blame you, bro.
You just
Can't
lost
blame
like 20 people out of it.
lost 20
Straight.
people. I went to watch Marvelous Miss Maisel now. Yeah, yeah.
We should
Well,
at least give him a
it's important.
timestamp, forward to tell 7 minutes.
I think it's about towards the end of this. Towards the end, yeah, when she's doing stand, she gets arrested, and Lenny Bruce is there. Gets arrested. It's a really well done.
The Lenny
series.
Bruce thing is great.
Yeah, and the costumes are great too. One of our family friends has actually worked on the costumes on the show and the
fabulous.
60s outfits, and she was. They go to thrift shops. I was like, where do you find this stuff? Like some of it they have, in terms of costuming, but then sometimes they'll go to thrift shops or find things. But my mom was going nuts over that because that's what they wore in the 60s. The clothes just seem so cool and classy versus some of the dresses they have today. But
old schools, yeah, they had people dressed nice back in the day. The guys had the hats, the fedoras, and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So let's go through sometimes the trailer is a good way to go through it. And let's see, I want to make sure it doesn't play so I don't get zapped. So let's see how much in order the movie goes. So Isaiah Bradley, he was added, retconned into the Captain American mythos, I think in the 80s or 90s.
Yeah. Well, and the second guy's name was Turner, not Turner. This in the universe, Mark. He was kind of like the third guy, right?
Well, you had they've retconned, a lot of new Captain America. So they had a guy that when Captain America disappeared, they had people that didn't have they didn't have the super soldier serum. So they had a couple of Captain Americas that filled in, quote unquote. I think one of them got killed. I'm trying to remember the names in the actual comic book history. So but let's see who played him.
Isaiah Bradley looks like he wasn't introduced in the comic continuity until 2002.
Oh, 2002, that new. Okay. I thought it was in the 80s or 90s, but so he's 2002, I guess. And then, because in his history, he's gone. So then there's no one to take up the mantle of Captain America.
In jail for
Isaiah Bradley, so they added him as basically, someone who'd been experimented on, and, there's a whole, theme of racism and treatment of Black Americans.
If I remember, a lot of Isaiah Bradley is kind of supposed to conjure up the Tuskegee Airmen, the experiment they did on them with syphilis, and that was a major tragedy and definitely an injustice that was done to Black soldiers. So I understand the idea of bringing him into the story here as well, but I'll be honest. I think I kind of like his character.
Yeah.
From both from the television show and from here, he has real grievances. I mean, he really does.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't mind the actor either. I think he does a pretty good job.
Yeah, no, he was great. I think he's a great actor, and in a better written story, his that could have been the genesis of a good movie there if it had been done. It's the classic person gets framed, for doing something that they didn't do, and yeah, then they go on the mission. They've got to find the thing to, the MacGuffin to save the hero, and they kind of did have that in this movie, but just it's so disjointed. I think is the best way to explain it, just in terms of with the reshoots or. But yeah, he what's the actor's name in this? I thought he had some great acting chops. Let's see,
Lumbly, I think. Carl Lumbly.
Carl Lumbly. Yep. So he was really good in this. You do what you can with what you've got to got to work with. So, but yeah, Mackie I thought was good in this. Yeah, let's see, what else was Lumbly been in? Because I'm recognizing him from Mantis. That's right, Mantis.
Yes,
that's the sci-fi show. That's what it was. Yeah, and Alias. Okay, Alias. I'm seeing, but Mantis. That's how that's where I really remember him.
He's been around a long time.
But that's
like Buckaroo Banzai.
Buckaroo Banzai.
yeah. But when I was watching the movie, I'm like, what have I seen him in? That's Mantis. Just a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, he's been in a lot of stuff. Yeah. So, but so Mantis. If you remember that kind of cheesy, he had like an Iron Man suit in that show, I think. Or
well, he was in a wheelchair.
Right?
Yeah, and so he had the super suit that allowed him to walk, but yeah, he fought crime with the super suit. Yeah.
So so we open up, so we find out he's obviously did he get it? What happened in the opening? Was he out of prison at that point, or no?
Yes, he's been out. He's been out of prison for a while. So yeah, it starts with you learning that Ross has been elected president.
Yep.
And so you find out about that, and then he wants to he sends Cap and our new Falcon, who's like a really annoying Gen Z kid, on a mission to recover some package that we don't know about. That's really the opening.
Yeah. So that's the MacGuffin, is that package in the opening. Yeah. So and there's a good report. Mackie, I think, does a good job. I mean, he's not Captain America, but he's grown into this role as Falcon, I think, and there was some good chemistry between them. And then they end up going to the White House, and that's where things go crazy. So I think they're trying to get like a Winter Soldier vibe in this movie in terms of the mystery and the behind the scenes. I don't know what you guys thought.
Yeah. Did you? They get them there, and then of course there's the attack on the president, and we see that in the trailers. Were you, for even a moment, were you lost that you thought that this was anything but somebody being mind controlled? Because to me it was obvious.
Oh, it was very obvious. Yeah, because all of a sudden he snaps.
Yeah, just before we go on with that, what I was confused with, somebody else was trying to explain to me, who are the bad guys here? Is it just Sidewinder as an organization? There's no Hydra, right?
Yeah, there's Serpent, which in this it's not the Serpent Society, it's just Serpent. And they're basically just they're just guns for hire, they're mercenaries.
Okay.
Or something.
Yeah.
I
never could get that from you.
and Sidewinder is their leader, played by Giancarlo Esposito. But as far as being the villains of the piece, no. they're in the opening scene, and then you get to see Giancarlo a couple more times during the movie.
And you nailed it right there. And that's one of the big problems of the movie, is a lack of good villain. So Ross is a sympathetic character in this movie, portrayed by Harrison Ford. And my wife thought he didn't really do a good job, and I thought he was okay, but she's idolizing over the younger Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
But, she thought he wasn't that good in this role. I didn't think he was that bad, but it doesn't.
I felt like he kind of phoned it in. It was okay. I mean, it wasn't bad. There was nothing about it that was bad. I think the only person in this that acting wise that I was not happy with, that I did not like, was Joaquin. The younger Falcon,
Oh, you didn't like him?
Danny Ramirez? No, I didn't like. Maybe I just disliked the character so much that I didn't enjoy the performance from the actor. But
the chippy, the chippy sidekick.
Yeah, there wasn't in particular any actor that I thought just did a bad job.
Yeah, but yeah. So this.
But do you think it's possible that Harrison Ford may be too old to act? In terms of if you didn't buy his believability in the character in this, then is it maybe time? It just because I have opinions on him because of what he did and thought it with Han Solo's, but that's a different issue.
Sure.
But is it possible that an actor finally hit the point of they really need to go off into the distance because you see it in their acting because he's so great in the Star Wars movies. It was so great. In the Indiana Jones, the real Indiana Jones movies, but then you see a great actors, and like you said, it looks like he's phoned it in. Mark, you said your wife noticed something,
Yeah, and she also thought he was too old too, and that's one of the things she said too. Thought he was just, time has passed him by. I mean, God, for 82, he looks phenomenal. I mean, probably looks better than me in my 50s, but. Just the way you move and you act, and it's just, he's got that great voice, but
I
he's
don't
not
think
going
he
to save this movie.
I don't think he was dreadful. I just think there were a lot of scenes where I felt like I wasn't really believing him in the lines he was delivering or what he was doing there. But as far as who's the villain of the piece, I think in the original cut of this, before they reshot it and before they reshot it again, I think Ross was supposed to be the villain. I think that was how it was originally going to be told out, was that the president of the United States was going to be played out to be the real villain.
Yeah.
And I think there were some people that did not like that idea.
Yeah.
And he was clearly, even with this new cut and with them trying to pull a lot of stuff politically out of the film, I think he was still very clearly supposed to be an analog for Orange Man Bad.
Yeah, I got that a little bit. Of course, I'm maybe overly sensitive, but I thought that too. But they did change. They obviously did change some things in the reshoots, and we're gonna do spoilers. I don't think anyone really cares that we're doing spoilers with this movie at this point. I didn't think that he was horrible, as the General's Brogu was saying, but it's not. There's not enough meat in that role to save the movie, and I'm sure they cut out a lot of scenes that he had. So this is the new Falcon. This is a sidekick.
Yeah.
What was crazy, you're watching the movie that they open with they're with that scene where they're tracking this package down the MacGuffin, which turns out to be adamantium. It's stolen from Japan. There's a lot of stuff to unpack there. But are they working for the government? Like, he's in an aircraft, and then he's talking to Cap Falcon. And then he finally says, okay, you can get your suit on and go after and grab the other bad guy. It's like, but then later on, they're just like in their own hideout or lair. It's like, if you're working for the government or the military, you've got to report to the barracks, or you've got to, the whole set. Did you catch that, R2?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's totally disjointed. You don't really know, like, who are they, like who is that support team that they're with? Are they with the military, or are they with some special organization, or, because it's clearly like he doesn't have military backup for like the Avengers, right?
Right.
So is he still part of the military, or in that? So yeah, it was not really like explained, like how he's actually connected to everything, other than I guess he's part of the military now. So
right,
yeah.
I mean, that was weird. I mean, it was like, well, wait a minute, you're working for them, and then they said, we'll call them the Navy SEALs, and then there's one head Navy SEAL you kind of get to know a little bit, and hail to Phantom Outsider. Hey, Fanty.
Hey, Phantom Outsider.
Since adamantium is indestructible, how are they mining it? Well, you would mine around the adamantium. You would mine that.
Oh, it still doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Plus
Phantom Outsider was in the chat with us, me and Price, on Thursday. And
we were talking about this.
It makes no sense. You wouldn't be, if it's indestructible, you can't mine it. I mean,
you mine it with Wolverine's claws.
That's there you go. Chat. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
that's why
theoretically
how
you
does
could have
Superman
chunk.
shave?
with his laser beams.
With adamantium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you theoretically, though, you could have the adamantium would be surrounded by other
Adamantium.
material.
I feel an 80s song breaking out. Don't drink, don't smoke. What do you do? Sorry.
Don't drink, don't smoke. Yep.
Sorry. That's the best I got, folks.
Yep. But yeah, you could have a adamant it's surrounded by the material and you can mine around it. But of course, the Celestial wasn't the Celestial turned into marble by Circe?
Yeah, stone something. It wasn't really explained. Yeah, so
but
I mean, in the comics, I'm not wrong. In the comics, it was actually an alloy. That's how they were able to work with it.
Yeah,
was that they mixed different metals together, and that was part of the
with
secret. Was like,
vibranium.
yeah, the secret was like how the mixture of the different metals, and then once you melted it down, you could work with it. But once it was solid, it was then indestructible.
It's done.
So
Yeah, it's done. The form you have to make at the last second is what you're going to wind up with.
Right? Yeah, it was Dr. Myron McLean. Yeah, accidentally discovered adamantium while trying to replicate the bonding of steel to vibranium. Yeah, so Wolverine's claws, Ultron's shell, X-23's claws, MODOK's body, Deathlock's skeleton. Yeah, but it's very, very rare. And it was I think it was so limited in terms of how much it was amazing they had enough for Wolverine's experiment. But so Roy Thomas, Barry Windsor Smith, Avengers 66 in 1969. Yep. So it was always had vibranium in it, as I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, I always thought that was an ingredient part of it.
Yeah. But so the components of the alloy are kept in separate batches, blocks of resin before molding. Yeah, because you have to be able to melt things together, mix the components. Yeah, so so it's just ridiculous that they're doing this. With the Celestial. I mean, it would make sense that if you discovered some of the Celestials, technology, what better thing would have been like, there's tech in there that had files to show how you could create adamantium.
Yeah,
but of course, turning the thing into the Celestial into stone means there's no tech there.
Yeah, and they have already established in universe that there's materials inside of a Celestial that are incredibly valuable and can be taken out of that, because that was what Nowhere was, right? It was a head of a Celestial, and they were collecting materials from it and mining stuff out of it for years. But that's still like, I'm going to mine an indestructible material. Just kind of a weird way
plus
to go.
It was turned to stone too, so it was totally transmitted. It wasn't a dead Celestial there, so it's just a ridiculous, just writer screw up. And they finally dealt with the Celestial. And my question was, were the Eternals? I'm saying Eternals, as Clobberin Times would say, but. Why aren't they? And that's always the problem with these superhero movies. Where are the other heroes? Like,
the Eternals at the end of their movie, like, got on a spaceship and flew away, right? If I remember,
did they?
I think that's what happened.
Yeah. And then who showed up at the end there? That was the singer, the actor,
the Black Knight,
no, that was the cameo at the very end. That was I'm forgetting my Marvel history.
All I can think of one Black Knight. Sorry about that. I got Monty Python going through my head now.
Yeah. Oh, Eros. Harry Styles showed up as Eros.
Yes. Yeah, that was
at the end. Yeah. But did they fly off at the end, or did they? Let's see.
I watched it once. I wasn't going to go back a second time, so I don't really remember. But to my memory, they got in a ship
on other planets. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But just a total disaster.
The excuse for the other superheroes not being around is always we were off world doing something else. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
That's what they did with Miss Marvel when they Captain Marvel, whatever you want to call her, when they brought her in, right?
Yeah.
At the last movie.
And I forgot that. I forgot. Yeah, that's right. They did have Dane Whitman in there with the Ebony Blade, as you're mentioning. Yep, the Black Knight. Yep. That's how unmemorable that movie was. And Black Knight is one of my favorite characters. Yeah. Oh God.
I remember they introduced that right at the end, and I was like, are they setting up a sequel? Because that seems like a really weird sequel for this movie. But okay.
Yeah. And hi, Sashi. How's it going? Yep.
Sashi, hey.
Sashi was not expecting metallurgy as a topic when we got here, but
yeah. Broga doesn't think some people being fair with the movie. Yeah.
But you know what? That's the beauty. Everybody has an opinion with it, and because Broga's made some good points tonight too. Is and if you like it, you like it. Stand by it and be proud of it. And I mean, that's kind of the fun thing. Sometimes people get together. It's like talking sports. We trash something, and other people like something. But hey, defend your movie. Hey, if you like it, say why we should like it.
Yeah,
I think because people like me are consuming stuff from all sides. We don't know one way or the other because it's nice to see somebody with other counterpoints. So if I do watch it, I got somebody else's context and points they made. I think the more we hear, the better off it is.
Because I always want to hear other. And I thought I didn't think the performances were bad.
Because I will tell you what, to everybody, Marc D with a C is the guy I listen to on YouTube. Of anybody else in the hall, this guy will be honest when he thinks something's flat out crap. But when he says to give something a chance, he's very open ended and fair to things. Because there've been movies in the past, Mark, that I know others jumped on really quickly, say don't watch, but you were like, open up the door. And when I saw it, I agree with you. I thought it was not so bad, and I didn't see the points that a lot of other people raised. So that's the beauty of this channel around here. Shang-Chi was, yes, that's the one.
That's not the Shang-Chi from Marvel, but there were things I did like about that movie and enjoy.
Yeah.
I did like the some of the parts of the end. It was a flawed movie, and of course you're back to the movie theater, for the first time after the vid, and but I thought there were some good parts of that movie. Not if you've read the Marvel comics, you're not happy. The purists wouldn't be happy.
Yeah. As a big fan of kung fu films, I enjoyed seeing some of that. The kung fu stuff coming into the Marvel universe. Story wise, I don't know, but I actually had never even read any Shang-Chi comics, so I wouldn't know that from anything. Yeah. But it was alright.
Yeah, and the Mandalorian, the 10 Rings, I said the Mandalorian. Mandarin. The Ben Kingsley stuff I thought was hysterical. And I remember arguing with Clobber in times about that. And
I remember those debates.
Yeah. And hail to Sashi. Sashi said, I draw a blank when I try to remember the Eternals. Yep. And hail to Donnie. How's it going, Donnie? Yep.
I will say
Happy National Flag of Canada Day. Yep.
Yay.
Yeah.
Our Canadian friends. Yeah, I Eternals was one I didn't give a chance. I drew a line. That and the Dial of Dysentery. Those were the two that.
Oh yeah, I have still not have watched that to this day, and I'm not going to bother watching it.
Watch the retro blasting 5-hour watching in parts, obviously, but he does the best breakdown of that movie.
But our great Canadian friends up to the North Park. I know we could talk about later if we get a
51st state.
The Canada hockey match last night. Not 3 fights in the first 9 seconds, but we'll have to get that another time. But hey,
that was good sports balling, but they scored a goal and then the U.S. scored 3 unanswered goals. But I guess the U.S. players were not happy with our anthem getting booed. We're not getting into the politics of it, but I think there's a lot of trolling going on, and people are sensitive to it, I guess.
But happy Canada Flag Day.
Yeah. Go USA. Yep. But at one point, I remember reading years ago that this was maybe like 20 years ago, way back when, where people said, "Oh yeah, maybe USA should become part of Canada," but it was a long time ago. Yeah. Oh, it's 5 a.m. We should go back to bed. But
wow.
Well, thank you for that. But,
hey,
I appreciate.
Or as Mark and I've said before, you can put it on, have it playing, and if you fall asleep, you fall asleep, because we took pride in that at Late Night Fortnight. If we can help you get to sleep, we've done our job.
Yep.
So.
Yep. But thank you for hanging out with us, TK. And I hope I'm not messing you up for work. We're not messing you up for work tomorrow. But yeah. So anyway, so they get there's an attack on the White House. Something goes through the phone, and all these people start shooting at Ross, and it appears like they're trying to miss. And then so Bradley is one of the main shooters, and they have a pretty decent scene where he's getting away, and he's got the super soldier serum, and of course in the MCU they've really upgraded the powers, and in the comics originally Cap would have been like a world-class athlete, like the ultimate human, but they've given him, superpowers in a way.
Yeah, they're
here,
superhuman.
too. They're superhuman now, so they have even more power. And sometimes the comic book comics go that route, but technically Captain America, was good night, Penny. Take care. Have a great week.
Good night, Penny.
Yeah, they kind of upped his powers, especially in the MCU. They upped his powers, which I don't mind so much when you're fighting these really powerful villains. Yep. Oh, TK's got the day off. Oh, that's good. Yep. So the setup is, they capture Bradley. He goes to prison, and of course Falcon wants to, prove that his friend is mentor is, innocent, obviously.
Yeah, because he's rather quickly convinced that it couldn't have been him. It was clearly some kind of mind control or something because of his reaction after the fact. So he's trying to prove his innocence, but they lock him up. Of course, I found that to be also a silly little continuity thing with the movie. They just lock him up in any old prison.
Yep.
But he's a super soldier.
Yeah.
So, yeah, why wasn't he in the raft?
He should have been in the raft, yeah.
Just they locked this dude up in a prison. He could have bent the bars off. He could have walked out anytime he wanted. So it's kind of strange.
Yeah, I mean, and then you'd have to trust him, right? When Superman gets arrested in Man of Steel, he's he can break the cuff. He does break the cuffs, but you've got to trust him. So that did it. Yeah, that's like
there would no reason to trust him though. He would just help to try to assassinate the president.
He's pissed.
And the other crazy thing is, so now all these countries are fighting over the Celestial, right? So there's the reason the shoot up in the White House before, they've got the world leaders there, and they're having a meeting over this treaty, I guess, how to divide the Celestial. So how to what countries get what. There's no China in this, and there's no Russia. So the Japanese are big adversaries, which is insane. It's like
ridiculous.
First of all, the Chinese are already claiming they've lost cases in the world court in terms of seizing islands in the South China Sea or building on the reefs there. And the Philippines, there's a big dispute, and we sail through those waters to for the right of free navigation. So there's a big world controversy in terms of China's claiming territory, and they don't even there's no China and there's no Russia in this movie. Who's I think China probably even has a bigger navy than we do at this point. Maybe not as advanced, but there's no mention of China in this movie, which is obvious. They don't want to anger the Chinese government, right?
Oh no, yeah,
and they don't want to get involved with the Russian. Russia has a very strong navy too. So we're fighting the French and the Japanese.
Yeah,
is it the Indian? In the
Indian Ocean,
in the Indian Ocean, and the Prime Minister of India is also in this too, right?
Yes. Yeah, and the Japanese, just in case nobody knows this, after World War II, they're not allowed to have a military in the same way that other countries
just
can.
a self-defense force.
They have a defensive force. Their navy has 2 light aircraft carriers. That's it. Yeah. They have a bunch of other smaller ships, but the larger
not
ships,
allowed to.
They don't have a lot. They only have I think a total of something like 70 ships or something that are part of that defense force. It might be a little bit more than
destroyers, I believe.
And, but it's not. Yeah, they do not have a force that would in any way be comparable to what the United States could bring to
or
bear.
the Chinese, or the Chinese,
It's rather silly to think that the Japanese,
not even really for North Korea at this point. But.
And I think they did allow them to have. They changed that. They changed that, but it's written into the Constitution. They can't have a huge navy. So, so I'm looking it up now. But yeah, they do have small, jump carriers. They
have a few. They have a few hundred naval aircraft as part of their defense force, where we have several thousand.
Yeah.
So it's very silly to think of them being like if there's any sort of contest at all. But yeah, obviously they had to have somebody to put in there because they weren't going to do the Chinese, like you said.
Right. Yeah, and I'm watching. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. So, Yeah, all right. So here I found it on ever reliable Wikipedia. They've got the two helicarriers, not helicarriers, Marvel, but they're jump carriers that for helicopters or for the F-35. 36 destroyers, 6 frigates, 6 destroyer escorts, 23 attack submarines, 19 countermeasure vessels, 6 patrol vessels, 3 landing ship tanks, 7 training vessels. So very small. Small navy. Yeah. So
150 or so ships. Yeah.
Yeah. No aircraft carriers. So just ridiculous that they would have them as the enemy. Oh, hey Joe, Atmosphere. Hey Joe, how's it going? So I thought that was they lost one one battleship. Yeah.
You talk about a hard angle. I thought that movie was funny.
Yeah,
that was Battleship.
People hate that movie, but
I love Battleship.
I liked it for
silly fun.
Just
Daisy and I talked about it on a stream we had. Yeah, we love it. Nothing like the Missouri going flank speed at the drop of a hat and drop an anchor.
Was awesome.
Go 90-degree turn. Yeah,
that was so awesome.
I know.
It's good for a laugh, at least.
Yeah, and one of my buddies, like his dad was a World War II Navy, and he like, you have to watch it with your dad; he'll get a kick out of it. But it was very patriotic in the end. It hit the right message. Like you felt good. It was a silly movie, but hey, Rihanna was great in it, right? Come on.
She was doing everything.
Yeah,
she had every role imaginable almost.
What did you think of the whole?
Now she's gonna play Smurfette.
Huh?
What? Oh,
Rihanna's going to play Smurfette in a new movie coming out.
Wow! All right.
What was that, R2?
No, I was asking Mark what he thought of the whole the naval, the air battle, and everything, that action scene.
And on Battleship, I thought it was
no. I was talking about in this movie.
Oh, was trying to keep us on point.
Well, I think some of the stuff with the Falcon flying, Cap Falcon, was kind of fun, but it was totally ridiculous. Like both Battleship and this, in terms of like having a guy in a suit that's actually able to like fight a F-16 or an F-18 or an F-35. I mean, just the G forces and it was very disjointed too, just trying to follow it.
Yeah, it was very hard to follow.
Mark,
it was very hard to follow.
Yeah.
R2, you guys talking about where the jet was unloading on him and he was just taking all the bullets off the shield, right? Is that
happened several times?
Yeah, and the wings too. Use the wings as a shield, which it's a comic book movie.
Yeah.
So, but it was just a very difficult battle to track in terms of following the dog fights. Like a lot of the martial arts fights are not so good in terms of following. You get like cool action bits, but
they're not. They didn't really put the. I had the same problem with the with what happened in the White House during that quote unquote assassination attempt. The shots they're not working together in a way that gave you something cohesive. I felt like I was lost. Like I didn't know what was happening, and because it just wasn't tied together very well.
Yeah, that was the problem. Like there's a germ of a good movie in this movie, and I think it's just not cohesive in the reshoots. And was it horrible? As Brogu was saying, I don't think the movie deserves hate or I just think it's an example of maybe more cookie cutter production where you don't have a director with the vision who gets to carry his vision all the way through. And I think they were shooting for a Winter Soldier vibe, and they didn't nail it, unfortunately. But it's not the fault of the actors. I think Mackie is, and I love Falcon in the comics, so I think
and I like Mackie as Falcon. In the previous films, and it's
And this line I thought was out of place too. All of a sudden, Ross goes nuts. He's like, "They're getting along. They're getting along." He's like, "You're not Steve Rogers. You're no Captain America." That thread running through it, and I think that this would have passed people by. Of course, if they don't know that Steve Rogers wimped out and went back in time to live life with his his girlfriend,
Mm-hmm.
which I can't stand about Endgame. Just Cap would never ever do that. I mean, Cap wouldn't bag out on everyone, but I thought this attack was out of control. So, and good night to TK. Great to he says, okay, peeps and peepettes. The body's demanding sleep. Thanks for the entertainment. Have a good rest of the stream. Good night. Good morning.
Take care.
To you. Yep.
Take care, man.
It's
Thanks
great
for
meeting
being...
you, and I hope to see you again soon. Yep. But what did you think, R2? Did you think that was kind of out of left field all of a sudden with him to attack him like that, or?
Yeah, it's very strange because you start their relationship in the movie is all over the place because you start the film with him basically saying, "Hey, you're doing good work. I want you to help me reform the Avengers." And then after the attempt on his life, he says, "Nah, we're not doing that anymore. You brought your friend in here who tried to kill me." And it's like, but you saw him literally running around trying to save your life. Like he was running around, like helping him and chasing after the guy. So, okay, your friend, was part of this attempt on your life, but he wasn't. Captain America wasn't.
That makes sense.
He was trying to help you, and so it's just ridiculous in the way that he just turns on a dime and then you're not Steve Rogers, whatever. It's so silly.
It was mean. It was really mean spirited.
It's like, why would he say that to him?
Yeah,
I think
I think part of it was them trying to establish that maybe he had a real short fuse.
Yeah.
And that would play into him and his transformation later on, but it just didn't work. It felt very weird.
It was too disjointed, again, to use that word, and too quick. It wasn't an evolution, right? He could have said something like, "I can't believe you let this happen." Yeah, but Matt, it wasn't any fault of Mackie. If anything, it's the fault of his security, right?
Yeah.
Would you have guns there? Would you have guns in the room with all these world leaders? I don't know anything about the White House, but I'm guessing maybe you would have people. You wouldn't allow guns.
Secret Service guys. Only the Secret Service.
But of course, there was other people that started shooting too. So
I think there were multiple Secret Service agents. Of course, as we learned later on, there were people that were being mind controlled, right?
Yeah.
And we do get a scene where they kind of are able to identify the other shooters, and you see them all kind of getting the same, mind control treatment, flashing from the phones.
Yeah.
So I'm certain there were some Secret Service people there. That's where the shooters came from mostly.
Yeah. So this is the end of the movie with, Red Wing as a drone. I love Red Wing in the comics as a real Falcon. That he can talk to and communicate with. But I think the costume ended up looking okay. I think, I don't, I want the classic Captain America, but it didn't look as bad as I think its previous iterations. I thought.
Although this looks much better than the Captain Falcon from Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
It looks way better than that. Yeah.
I think they improved the color scheme and the way it looks. Although I don't like the idea of it. And I've read the comics with Cap when Captain America, the super soldier serum stopped working. It's happened multiple times, and he aged up. So then they had Falcon tape, and I think he was in another dimension. Then there was another point where Steve Rogers was in another dimension for like 20 years and had a son, which is a crazy comic to read. He was trapped, and it was a wild, dystopian alternative reality he was stuck in. It was a brutal read, but so there's points in time where Cap is taken over as Falcon, and they finally did give him a helmet. It's like he's flying around before.
It's the BS nanotech stuff again.
Yeah, nanotech.
It's so bad.
But he should have had a helmet all those years too.
Yes,
flying around
instead of just goggles.
His goggles. Yeah. So, and the helmet doesn't look particularly good there as well too. I have to say, and that angle, that shot, it looks like Ant-Man. Yeah. So this is the fight. I think we changed scenes here. This is another fight.
So this is during the very beginning of the film. Yeah, this is the very beginning where they have to fight Serpent, and he first encounters Sidewinder. One of only 3 times the Sidewinder shows up in the film.
Yeah, he's barely in it, and he must have been an add-on, I think.
Oh, absolutely! It was almost entirely done in pickups. as part of the reshoots, because you can tell in most of the scenes he's only there with a few other people or just one other person. He's and there's the scene later on when we get which for me was the scene when I probably just was the most confused. Later on, of course, they managed to stop and capture Sidewinder. They managed to get him, and then apparently he's being locked up at their little base, which is in Virginia somewhere, but we don't know why that's their base or who's in control or what. Yeah, but they go back to their base, and Sidewinder is there, and then he just goes outside with Sidewinder. Sam just goes outside with Sidewinder, and they're just like chatting it up
alone.
Outside.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have cuffs on.
Yeah.
They're just chatting it up outside, and Sidewinder is spilling his guts, telling him everything that Stearns is up to and how he got involved in this and all that stuff. It's a total exposition scene, and it just makes no sense why he would just be spilling his guts to Sam at that point. There's no reason, there's no motivation. I'm just going to tell you everything that's happening in the movie so you can catch up.
Yeah, that was very, very strange. Yeah. And Joe says no side to choose. Mid movie, the writers definitely don't understand how things work in the universe. Apparently, a Kevlar shirt can heal wounds.
Kevlar shirt can take an axe. You can be hit in the stomach with an axe, and a Kevlar shirt is going to be enough to keep you from.
Well, if it was from the Lord of the Rings, if it was the mithril armor,
yes,
maybe.
Mithril would be. Yeah, if he was wearing a they should have made some joke about him wearing some sort of vibranium weave shirt or something. That would have made more sense. But he does get actually like stabbed, and later he just has like a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, sure.
And then Donnie, we are going to talk about Cobra Kai next too.
Oh yeah, fun.
Stick around for
Cobra
that.
Kai.
But here's a Serpent Society in the comics, right? So, it's obviously it was just totally pinned in there with his, and he's got no superpowers as Sidewinder. So Sidewinder can teleport. So he's got a power, the Sidewinder, and they all have serpent motif.
He's just characters. He's just a generic heavy.
Yeah. Diamondback becomes Captain America's girlfriend. I love her character. She's a really, really interesting. So she's the classic villain to a good guy, and then ends up being Captain America's girlfriend, as I said.
And I wonder, there's a wrestler, right, who was going to be part of this.
Yeah, Seth Rollins. So he was another character. Oh, I can't remember which. Character he was going to play.
Was he supposed to be another one of the Serpent Society? Yeah, because they have the one guy you never hear his name, but he's Copperhead. He's the one that they have the throwdown fight with at the beginning. That clip was released online a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and I guess the costume for Rollins looked really horrible,
big serpent hood around his head.
Yeah,
or something.
So there's Black Mamba. But so they could have done this. They always stray. They don't want to show the comic characters, I guess. But Death Adder. So it's a great villains of Captain America in this, and it's just totally wasted when you have this Asp. Yep.
No, I would have had no problem with them adding her in as a villain.
Bushmaster. Yeah, he's a half man, half snake. Yeah. So these are all Captain America villains. Yeah, King Cobra, and it was some really good stuff in the comics. Now, I'm sure it doesn't always exactly translate, but you've got to build up the characters and set it up too. You can't just have a 2-minute thing there and expect to have anything.
But if you're going to fit all of those in, where are you going to put all the trade negotiations?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we got to have those. Those are compelling. things for your comic book action movie treaty negotiations.
Yeah.
There were no negotiation, or the negotiations never took place. Phantom Menace, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm stuck. I get stupid quotes stuck in my head from all kinds of stuff. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
No, that was good.
Yeah. So Sidewinder has projector-based technology in his cloak, so he can just shoot around, teleport around. Yep. So he's the leader, but and he's involved with the Thunderbolts too, the MCU Thunderbolts. But so it's a big miss, unfortunately, by not having doing it correctly, or he's a good actor, but it's just he's not given anything to work with.
No, he's given nothing to work with at all.
Yeah,
it's you really get the one real action scene with him and Sam, where he doesn't Sam doesn't have his suit, and he shows up and says some stuff about statistical probabilities or something, and then tries to kill him, and then
the leader
Sam knocks out Sidewinder with bleach.
He puts
I had no idea.
Yeah,
he poured it on like battery acid or something, and it made green smoke. Yeah, and then he stabbed him, and he was knocked out.
Yeah,
the whole scene. It's like, well, that just ended. I mean, it just sort of was over.
That's it. All gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the Serpent Society here. Anaconda, she's a great character in the comics too. So, but yeah, you could have had fun with this, but you've got to build this up as a group, and you got to have some kind of superpowers too for these characters, or you've introduced this fantastical world where maybe they're always worried about these costumes translating to the screen, but they could have made it. They could have made it or introduced. Well, now there's no Steve Rogers.
I mean, Lord of the Rings did it. If you wanted to do it, spend the money, you could have made good costumes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is the fight in the beginning. So
can I ask you a quick question, real quick, in here? How does he doesn't have the serum in him yet? Like, Steve Rogers could have all kind of impact, but how do they even try to explain the way he hits the ground with the force when he lands at the Falcon?
It doesn't really make a lot of sense, honestly, but he has so he got his suit from Wakanda. So this whole suit is made of vibranium somehow. And so are the wings. And he has that same kinetic energy sonic tech that was built into the Black Panther outfit, where he can like absorb kinetic energy and then release it. So what you're basically supposed to believe in the scene where he smacks into the ground, but like makes no impact, is that he's absorbed all of that kinetic energy into his suit. And then he lets it go and knocks everyone around. It's rather silly, but that's what you're meant to take.
And the helmet is obviously nanotech, like they
I said the nanotech stuff.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you leave your helmet on too? Right, you're fighting all these bad guys.
Because they can't see your face. It's the same reason that their helmets went on and off constantly during Quantumania.
Oh, that killed me.
It's so annoying because you can't see their faces.
Sorry to bring another franchise in, but The Mandalorian did that in the season because Pedro had to be seen in the spy episode when Mandalorians were known never to take the helmet off because you got to have the actor's FaceTime.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. Oh, the Quantumania. The helmets on and off stuff just killed me. It was so bad.
And then who's the girl, Ant-Man's daughter, Cassie.
Cassie.
Yeah, she's got the damn suit the whole time, and she doesn't turn like, hey, Dad, actually, I've had this suit the whole time. I'm going to turn it on now so we don't die in this quantum zone, right? How about that? Like when they played it as a surprise where she had didn't they have that hat where all of a sudden she turned into the Ant Girl or whatever, she's in the movie, right? She was hiding the suit from her dad, if I'm correct, right?
Oh gosh,
in Quantumania, I'm pretty sure.
I seem to remember something like that, but I don't even remember. That's another one that I saw once and I was out.
Her mom knew that. Mom knew that she had the suit, but it's like she was, and she has a superhero in the comics, but. The helmet, you'd leave the helmet on. It's like
during combat, you're
not taking the helmet off. It's like if it's damaged or something.
Now he's back to the goggles though.
Yeah, well he kept the goggles on.
But is he going to wear the helmet, goggles, both? I mean, I guess the helmet goes on over the goggles.
Let me see. Let me go
Or
back.
it's nanotech. The helmet comes out of the goggles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, at least he doesn't
Yeah.
have that terrible, like from the, remember in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he had that terrible gear that like came up over his neck and the back of his head and everything. And it just looked so dorky.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that disappears there. And then, it's, the suit looks a little bit better. But, so then you're on the fight with the Japanese. The big fight with the Japanese. I'm laughing in the movie theater.
Yes.
Oh, and hail to Brian Hepburn. Hail to the great Brian Hepburn. Thank you, Brian.
That's
I'm glad he's
Celestial
a helmet
Island,
with
right? For Celestial Island.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's you can see one of the hands over there on the left, and then the head is in the clouds on the right. Yeah.
Yeah, even though there's no they haven't talked about this in any movies. There's no other superheroes involved in this, although they explain there's no Avengers anymore. But at least the Eternals would show up, I think, at least, or
something.
Someone else, or Thor. Maybe call him Thor. I don't know, but that's just. And where's Captain America, the real Captain America, and all this? Where's Steve Rogers? He's not helping or giving advice. At one point when he was an old man, he he was working just in intelligence and helping everyone out. And of course, they drew him as like the most fit 80-year-old in history, and they kept gradually giving him more and more muscles. It was so ridiculous in the comic books. Like the first time they did it, they made him really frail and could barely walk, and they kept bulking him up until he got the super soldier serum back.
I just want to know how that conversation went. Like, Sam, where'd Steve Rogers go? Oh, he abandoned his country to go live with a woman.
Yeah. He went back in time, and he now he's not around to help us anymore. Yeah. I'm trying to find a picture from the comics, but let's see, comics, no super soldier serum
during this air combat fight, whatever you do it at the very least. I'll give it credit. You do get the new Falcon, Joaquin, does take it a little too far and manages to get injured pretty severely too. Although honestly, from the injury that he would have gotten, he would have just been, I believe the word I used was meat pudding.
Oh gosh.
We're talking at that speed from that height, impacting the water would have been the same as hitting concrete. But no, he does survive. Although they do at least they don't just pick him up and shake him, and he's awake, right? He like they say, his heart stopped and he has to go into surgery and all sorts of stuff to kind of bring him back. But by the end of the movie, he's basically fine.
Yeah, so here's Cap when the super soldier serum just doesn't work anymore, and he reverts to an old man all of a sudden. And at one point, he was wearing this. Tony Stark had made like an Iron Man suit for him. Basically, was a picture of it up here too. Let's see, where did it go? I'm not seeing it now. We had like a helmet on, and he was. That's where he was. He had some.
I remember that.
Yeah, he had Tony Stark went in and planted some sort of biochips. Yeah, to kind of like make so he could keep fighting as Captain America. And so then one of the series, then he the super soldier serum just was breaking down. But then later on, this is how they started drawing him. Like, look how fit he is in there. He just looks a little he's buff. It's like But originally
he looks like our new leader of the Health and Human Services Department.
Yeah. But originally it was that scrawny. Where did that picture go? It was this, the scrawny dude, and they kept drawing. As time went on, they kept drawing him more and more buff. Like, guys, he lost the plot line here. Yeah, it's like most people aren't that buff, at any age. Yeah. So, so that's Captain America as an old man in the Marvel comics. Yeah.
He was on the human growth hormone, he was just getting the ball.
So the Falcon, I thought he had, as a sidekick, had a couple of good scenes, or at least he had some kind of comic relief to add to the movie. But it's such a minor role. Yep, yeah. Oh, RMB says hello. That's awesome. Yep, he's a great guy. RMB. Yep. TRT times 1,000. Yeah, he looks like Stallone. Yeah. Now, whose funeral is this? This is, I'm forgetting this movie already, and I just saw it.
This was not in the film.
I heard this scene wasn't in it.
It's not in the film.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Nobody knows who this is, right?
It's in the trailer. It's not in the film.
Oh wow! Because didn't they have? Well, no, didn't they have any scenes where they went to?
There were scenes
cemetery?
where they were at the cemetery. He did go. The president, I think. Who? Yeah, because at the very beginning, we have Thunderbolt Ross. He does go to the cemetery.
Yeah, that was his wife's funeral.
He's just there to
wife's
talk about his
gravestone.
wife. But it wasn't actually there for a funeral.
Yeah.
So unless this was just some other shot that they had, that this was something else that was happening in the scene, maybe this was something that was cut at the last minute. Maybe the reason he's maybe the reason he's there at the cemetery is because he was already at this funeral and then he went to go see his wife's grave or something. But no, this actual scene is not in the film at all.
Yep. Oh, and Dadman's got to head out because he's got to actually work tomorrow, unlike some of us. Just kidding, Dadman.
It's okay. At least I have state of Florida. Yeah, we don't celebrate President's Day down here, so you know, the banks do, but anyway, we don't. But hey, but yeah, absolutely great to come on. I actually wasn't sure if I was going to make it on tonight, but hey, made it at least an hour. So.
Did you watch Cobra Kai, Dadman?
No, but I will say that one of the trailers I've seen, again, I saw it tonight, is about the new, was it Cobra Kai Legends or is it Karate Kid Legends?
Karate Kid Legends.
Correct. Yeah, that's coming out, Ralph Macchio, and they've got Jackie Chan in that. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure I'm going to be seeing that with the missus very soon.
Yeah,
when that's out. So that's coming up.
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
That was the trailer before this Captain America movie. So
well, it's really interesting. So
everyone sub to Dadman if you're not, and of course sub to Mrs. Dad. Is she feeling better now? Is she back?
She's doing a lot better. She is back Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Daily Dose of Positivity. She is not streaming on Thursday mornings because she is with my mom on Thursday mornings. But Monday to Wednesday, and then on Friday. Tomorrow night, she's watching Batman, the animated series at 8 p.m. That's a lot of fun. I've learned great animation, a really great show.
Fantastic show.
And Wednesday, she's watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventures at 4 in the afternoon for another watch party. And then on Thursday night at 5 o'clock, she'll do her Lego building in Fortnite. I think that's most of everything she's got this week. But please subscribe to her. We got to get her up to 500, get her monetized. I am only 15 away from 700. I want to have a party at 700, but I'm at
700 Club.
We're getting close. We'll get there soon. But so if you haven't, please come over, subscribe. Sometimes you'll see Mark or Dave pop on. So it's either Fortnite or something else. Mark came on. We talked about a whole bunch of crap on Thursday night. I think it was, Mark. So it's good to have you on and just chat with you. All right. On that note, I'm going to head out. Did you need to play you didn't play my intros. Do you want to play
I did play your intro, but I'm going to play it again.
I
said, I hope Dadman's here tonight, but
I didn't see that. But
here we go.
It's good to meet you, Dadman.
Never that way.
God damn it, Mark. Jeez.
And I remember that one to this day. I was in the living room. I remember jumping out of my chair when that happened. So, exactly.
And then this is where we play when Dadman goes.
Where'd they go?
Right there.
Oh, screw you!
My wife with a perfectly timed comment right there.
As you're eliminated from the game.
My own chat when I'm playing Fortnite, they quote that whole thing there, but so it's funny. But all right, guys, y'all have a great rest of the stream. Yep. Sorry I missed the foodery, but hey, y'all eat something for me at midnight. So I'll catch you guys. Catch you guys later. Bye, all.
Take care, Dadman.
Take care. Great to meet you, Dadman.
And hail to Oliver Belamonte. How's it going, Oliver? So all right. So this wasn't in the movie. Maybe
the actual funeral scene they show here was not in the movie.
Ouch.
Yeah, and the cut that they use where he tells him that he's not Steve Rogers, that's also it's different in the film.
That's added on, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a slightly different cut in the film.
So this is when they go on a mission. And they've got the shield in the front trunk of the EV.
Yeah.
In the front of the EV. The shield does look great. That's a great design for the shield.
Oh, the shield is wonderful. That prop is fantastic. It's always has been.
So they're going on a mission here, and this is one of those where it turns night to day or day to night pretty quickly.
Yeah, so they figure out Joaquin's Mr. Computer Genius, and they figure out that the signals that they're tracking have been coming from a black site in Virginia. So they go there, and that's where they end up finding Stearns. That's where they find the leader. Yeah,
find Brainiac. And this is another two of our soldiers or airmen have gone nuts. They've been brainwashed.
Also brainwashed by Stearns. Yep.
They're attacking the mighty Japanese fleet here. Someone's been pulling their string. So there's a thread of a good movie here that could have been a good movie if it was done correctly. And then her character's had some controversy. Just in terms of her, unfortunately, God bless her, she had cancer. The actress had cancer at age 2 and survived. So Shira Haas survived cancer and chemo. They said, they thought she, would never even reach the height that so she's small stature because of that. God bless her. F cancer, we all lost people.
Oh yeah, F cancer.
So but she just doesn't have the stature. So and in the comics, her character has superpowers.
She's really short, right?
She's wildly. She depending on who you
not even 5 foot something.
Yeah, depending on who you ask, she's like 5 foot or 4'10" to 5'2", depending on who you ask. So my guess is it's probably somewhere in the middle. It's probably right at about 5 feet or a little bit less. So she's very short. I mean, there's scenes where they, the camera angle isn't exactly flattering, but where literally it looks like she's the same height as the president while he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
So it's not flattering.
My 5 foot tall Italian grandmother could give her a good fight with the wooden spoon.
Yeah.
But the problem is,
so that's kind of the same old trope that people get mad at. People get mad at people who bring this up, but we didn't cast her, right? So she's supposed to be an Israeli badass, right? She's trained. We're not arguing that, right?
No, she's supposed to have been trained as in the movie. They establish her as being an ex-widow. She was one of the widows that was. So she's been heavily trained. So,
but again, you get stuck with having to mention. Well, look how it's the power thing.
She's not
getting hit with somebody. She's not.
She isn't a superhero.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah, but she doesn't have superpowers. She's not a mutant. She's just a human woman, a highly trained human woman who can't weigh more than 100 pounds wet. That's
small. The problem, yeah.
That kind of harkens back to the Moon Knight people when they were trying to say, "Oh, you're just being mean," but they show the fight scenes with her punching the guy like a million times real quick right in the chest, and he just goes flying away.
Yeah,
and it's like, come on, man.
Well, and she's not empowered by an Egyptian god or anything like that.
Okay,
she's just a highly trained operative, but taking on some guy who's twice her size
and skilled mercenary type.
That's what's ridiculous
too, I mean, right?
Yeah, because she's I remember I've mentioned before, like I've done a little karate and for fun and years ago, and we had like a self-defense class for women, in the karate club we had one in college, and I was pretty good athlete back then and working out, and at one point I could bench press 330 and I weighed 185, just to give you an example of the shape I used to be in long time ago, galaxy far away. But I remember like the girls even back then, they were like, well, let me try to throw you or do something. And like, they'd bump into you and couldn't move you. I mean, kind of surprised, it wasn't to that extent today, but I'm like, then they were teaching, self-defense techniques in terms of, using your hips and your weight and your leverage, and women are much stronger with their legs. and there are techniques that you obviously can use, and if you're trained, and the resort, kick him in the balls too.
Yeah.
But
and they could have.
But the girls were just always so they're like, they go to try to move you, and then I could pick them up and throw them. I mean, so this 100-pound woman, I mean, if she knew some incredible techniques, but when they do the throws or overpowering all these people, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and you could have completely made up for that if she had special weapons.
Yep.
Or just something that she could use to get an advantage over them other than just her physicality. But they don't do that, right? They don't actually. It's just, oh no, she's just in there fist fighting and punching the tossing giant guys. As this,
and that's what they did with Black Widow's first appearance. They had her using her legs.
She was using techniques, stun weapons and stuff like that too. In that fight in Iron Man 2, so she wasn't just taking them on with her physicality alone. And it seemed rather silly.
And she's bigger too, even though
she is not a lot bigger, but
Six was telling me she was only 5'3".
Yeah, she's 5'3". She's more muscular though. Than this actress. I don't have a problem with this actress or being hired to play this part. But what you're asking her to do, it's just a little beyond that's believability level. So
and she's immune in the comics with superpowers.
Yes, exactly. In the comics,
so that would have explained it away too. But I guess they didn't. But then she's got to be on every mission then too, right? If she's got superpowers.
Sure.
So
supposedly there's a cut scene. Maybe we'll see it when this finally hits physical media or something. Who knows? But they could show us a whole second movie, I think, from what they cut out of this one. But supposedly there was a scene where she confides in someone that she's a mutant. Which would explain her, maybe she does have super strength or something, but that's not included in the film, so you can't count it. She's just a person. She's just a human being, and it's a little ridiculous.
Yeah. So and she's only in one fight scene, so I was expecting it to be even worse than it was, but it's kind of like a throw. To me, it was like it annoyed me, but I'm like, oh, all right, well, it's just she only kicked ass in that one hallway scene, really.
Just that one, yeah.
So it wasn't over that, but she's supposed to be like if she had her as a security consultant, like you said, and she pulled out a stun gun or something and like took people out with tech versus using physicality.
Yeah, and there's the hallway. Yeah,
there's the hallway scene. Yeah. So Mackie does a great job with the fighting, and he struggled using the shield at first, so now he's he can use the shield, and even though and they talk about that too, and there's a big mention. I don't have the super serum, I don't have the powers. Yeah. So, and Oliver here. So with Carl Lumbly. He was great as Isaiah Bradley, I think. Yep. So,
I think
Agni Lacey, Martian Manhunter. Yep. So, this is the scene you're talking about in the junkyard, the fight. Yep.
Yeah. Where he just somehow manages to find Sam out somewhere.
Yeah.
And stops his car and
tracks him down. Yep.
And then they have a little fight that breaks out. So
and he doesn't have a suit or his
he doesn't have any suit or anything on.
You would think he would have a bulletproof car or something. Yeah. Well, but he does turn out he's wearing a bulletproof shirt, which is everyone knows he's Captain America too, so that's right. You would have to you'd think you'd be on guard, or I expected like in which movie was it when Sam Jackson gets attacked as Fury at the end, and the car, turns
Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier, and the car turns into like the super defense fortress.
Yeah, no, it's nothing. It's just an EV. He's just running around.
EV gets blown up. Yep. So there's really nothing that exciting about this scene that Esposito's got to work with, and he's got no superpowers too.
Yeah.
There were no tech. So they're calling him They're calling him, Sidewinder, but there's nothing to tie him with the Serpent Society. There's nothing there that's interesting. The guy that plays the leader, Tim Blake, I think is great as Samuel Stearns. I like his delivery. I don't like the way he looks as the leader.
Well, and again, we're tying this all the way back to that original, that Hulk movie, the second movie in the MCU. Tim Blake Nelson was in that film. And you see at the very end, he gets, messed up by the technology and his head starts morphing a little bit, right? So that's who we get. We get Tim Blake Nelson,
the leader,
with a weird rubber head on.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, the leader is another, like, who was saying this is a sequel to the Hulk movie? Well, that was you, right?
Yeah,
that there's more stuff tying this to the Hulk, because the leader is the Hulk's villain, and he can be a great villain though, done properly. And I think they went with the more modernity. And in the comics, in their defense, I hate doing it, they did have the leader kind of look like that. I was looking it up, and I always remember the classic leader with the tall head, but they did do that at some point too, where he had that like mutated, Brainiac head that wasn't so tall. So of course Hulk, he's the leader's been giving Harrison Ford as Ross these pills that have intense gamma radiation in them.
Yes.
How does that get past to the president with incredible radiation?
There's no chance.
Okay, I was wondering if you were going to bring that up.
So the way he becomes the Red Hulk is that we find out throughout the film that Ross has been holding Sam Stearns, has been holding the leader in his own little special black site or whatever, and been using his intelligence to his benefit. Essentially, it's implied that the way he became president was by learning stuff from Stearns to help him, gain the advantage and win the presidency. But he had a heart problem, and he had Stearns come up with a special medication because he said none of the other doctors could figure it out. So he was taking pills from a crazy person, was giving him medication that he was taking to help with his heart. And it turns out that Stearns, the leader, says he's been lacing it with increasing amounts of gamma radiation. Of course, gamma radiation doesn't stay inside of a pill. If it were actually crazy, if it were radioactive, that would be leaking out, and there would be I guarantee you, I don't have firsthand knowledge, but I can tell you there are going to be radioactive, there's going to be sensors all over the White House, the Secret Service, everybody, to detect radioactive materials anywhere near the president.
Protect the president,
and they're going to be like, "Whoa, dude! There's all kinds of gamma radiation coming out of your coat pocket. We have to check this out." Like, he's not going to be wandering around with radioactive pills for 10 years or however long he's been taking this stuff.
Well, yeah, because you would, and then how would he get the pill? I guess he's got this black site. How is he able to set, Ross up?
He does say Ross does say that he has been to visit him pretty regularly, I guess. Yeah. So I guess he's going regularly to get his medications from him.
But who's passing the medication, or he's got to have a lab where he's working on this stuff? And why does the leader not break out of the prison? They did try to explain it, I guess, at one point, but the leader is a super genius. So if you're giving him access to a laboratory and all this stuff, he's going to break out of the prison. Pretty quickly.
I guess the way they explained that away was that essentially, I guess he had promised Stearns that once he was president, he would let him go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now that he's president and he has not let him go, now he's decided to, turn on President Ross and get him back. So
he can generate gamma radiation from his prison cell. Right.
Somehow, he does. He has a lab. They show in this black site where he's locked up that he has a huge lab that he's using. But apparently, yes, he's not only been researching this, he's been figuring out how to brainwash people with their cell phones. I could have told you that. It's called TikTok. He's been working on brainwashing people with phones, and then playing a song to trigger them to do whatever, and then all sorts of other stuff that he's been working on too, because he knows everything. That's how all of these contrivances that happen in this movie, they just hand wave them all away by saying, "Oh well, the leader, he knew." Stearns knew the probability. What was the ridiculous word that they used? The chain of statistical certainties or something like that. And I was like, what? Come on.
But see, the character of the leader is such a cool character in the comics, is he's kind of like a Lex Luthor, Brainiac amalgam. Someone who's got that intense intelligence, and he's always scheming against the Hulk. And the funny thing is, the Hulk is for the moment now he's been intelligent, but for years, the Hulk was always the childless brute, and the intelligence Bruce Banner, but he loses his mind as he turns into the Hulk, and the Hulk is basically like an innocent child for many years in the comics, and I kind of do miss that. Now they've got the Professor, Hulk. The Hulk is Banner's mind, and they've done that in the past, but now it's become permanent now. So you're missing out on that innocence of the character, the misunderstood monster.
Yeah.
And but it was always great to have him scheming against the leader. Such a mismatch there, but it worked in the comics. And the guy is a creepy. Stearns does a good job playing him, but he's just not given great great material.
He's not given much to work with. No, and then they have him just constantly, once he's out of that black site, he's like all over the place. Does he have teleporting powers now? Because he's over here. He goes to some random admiral's house and like kills his family so he can use the phone.
What? It was very strange. Yeah,
that was bizarre.
You wonder what happened with the reshoots or the cuts. Yeah,
yeah, and then he shows up at the military whatever base that Falcon and was using.
Yeah,
to kill a guy. No idea how he found it or how he got there or anything. And then he's in DC like 15 minutes later. It was weird.
Yeah. And then the other thing that was weird too, that Secret Service agent that is always confiding with Ross. It was like, I don't know what Secret Service agents do exactly, but he kept asking for her for advice, and that seemed kind of weird too. What was her name? The
black woman?
The black woman.
Yeah, I don't remember. Was it Layla? I think.
Yeah, but she was fine as an actress. But I'm like, why would the president be confiding in a Secret Service agent so much, unless they had a history there that was left out or something that was missing, or maybe she was ex-military. They should have a line like, "Oh,
yeah,
I knew you were ex-military, you served under me," and some line just to kind of explain
something to establish a relationship there, other than her just being an employee.
Yeah, because he was asking her for advice all the time, and she had she had a pretty big, relatively big role in the movie for. I thought
for a bodyguard.
For a bodyguard, yeah. Lila Taylor. Okay, it was Lila Taylor. So what I thought they should have added something there, just a line, a couple of lines there, like, oh, you saved my life, you did something in the service, or you served under me. But that was another thing that I thought was jarring, or maybe something was cut out.
There's a lot of this that just doesn't really flow together.
Yeah. And of course, the other thing is, Ross turns into the Hulk. Of course, at the end, we know that's coming, and the Red Hulk, and he's still got his mind. I guess they don't explain it, but they're making him out to be the bad guy. But why? Why does he start to destroy the White House? Why does he go out? If he's got some kind of control, why would he go crazy like that? Or you make him the mindless Hulk.
Yeah,
and he goes nuts, but then he's not to blame for what happens.
Yeah, he just starts tearing up the White House, and then he takes a flagpole and swings it, and Sam stops it with his bare hands.
That was probably one of the worst, most glaring things, because I saw the movie after you guys had talked about that.
Yeah,
and I was watching in front of the movie. All they had to do was just have him turn around and have the wings,
or block it with the shield or something.
Yeah,
but he stops it with his bare hand.
Dude,
it would have gone
with
right
that
through
shield.
him.
That's gonna knock
cut him in half.
I mean,
it's the Hulk. I mean, it's a Hulk level. I mean, I don't know if he's as strong as the Green Hulk, Phantom in the house, but I mean, he's you've got someone who can throw a car around. Let's put it that way. So
again, if he were a super soldier, if he had the super soldier shield, sure, stopping the Hulk swinging a, whatever, that's fine. But he doesn't. He's just a person in a suit,
and he catches it. Yeah,
he stops it when he swings it. No.
Yeah, and I kept, and I thought I had my eyes. I'm like, I know you guys had said that, with talked about that with Price, and I'm like, but wait a minute, that really did just happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like it wasn't even like, or if it had like glanced off the shield and then but even touching it anyway, yeah, anything that the Hulk is doing, yeah, you're gonna be crushed.
Yeah,
I mean,
would have just cut him in half. I mean, it's just.
I mean, look at the fight scene between him and Thor. Just for green.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Thor had his hands full with that.
But they did a great job with that fight.
Well,
scene,
yeah, it's Thor.
Yeah.
That's the point, right?
Thor,
That's freaking Thor.
Yeah, so you got at the end of the movie, of course, you got the big fight, and of course, Ross have a line where he's saying, "Oh, I wish, he's been estranged from his daughter Betty for all these years, and he wishes he could just take her to see the what are the trees in DC? The
cherry blossoms.
The cherry blossoms.
blossom.
Yeah,
of course, it happened. The cherry blossoms last for like 3 days. So
yeah, but who cares about that, right? We're actually told numerous times that his whole motivation, the whole reason he's been taking these drugs from Stearns, the whole reason he's wanted to become elected president, all this, everything he's done was just because he was estranged from Betty and wanted to see his daughter again.
Yeah. That was a cool scene where the wing cuts through the car.
Yeah, that was all right. I didn't mind
that was very cool because that kind of makes sense, right? That you would use the wing to cut through the car. Yeah, that does make some sense there, I think. Yeah. So that
makes more sense than some of the other things he does.
Than catching a fly, something that catching something that the Hulk throws at you.
Yeah.
So of course they have this big drag out fight. Well, the other problem I had too is, Betty was gone for all these years, so they kind of built up a relationship with Black Widow, with Natasha and the Hulk. She was the one that calmed him down.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, where's Betty? They just had Betty just abandon him. Basically, right? So Jennifer Connelly was the first Betty Ross, right, in the Ang Lee movie,
in the Ang Lee
right?
one, yeah.
Then they had Liv Tyler, but she hasn't appeared in any of the movies in between, right?
Nope.
And there was no cameo. Did they even mention Betty or say anything about Betty? Like,
not
they
that
just
I
completely
remember.
wrote her off, and she's such a major character in the comics, and she gets turned into a harpy at one point, and she gets superpowers as a red version, as a red She-Hulk, basically, in the comics. But so it doesn't make sense with any of the storylines, because you've had this MCU history with Banner and Black Widow basically kind of being an item, insinuate that, and Betty just abandons Bruce this whole time. I mean, and he's got his mind back now, right, as the Hulk.
Yeah, I think it might have been implied, just implied, that he left her, because really the next time we see Hulk, right, is in Avengers.
Yeah.
When they go to find him, or when they send
Black Widow. No, they send Widow.
Yeah, they send Black Widow.
They sent a couple of them to go find him in the.
Yeah, and so that's really the next time. So it's slightly implied that maybe he just ditched out on his entire life, disappeared because he was worried about harming anyone he cared about, and so he just sort of escaped. But no, we haven't heard. There's hide nor hair of Betty Ross since that first film. But and then she's like this central motivating force in this one. It's very strange.
Yeah, wouldn't you, and of course, once he's a member of the Avengers and things are happy and good, wouldn't they be back together? I mean, he had reconciled and things had gone well, I thought.
Well, I suppose they might have asked Liv Tyler if she wanted to come back at some point, and maybe she just said no. I have no idea.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it just doesn't join, or they should have recast someone.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense to me when they, that's just, and that's not on this movie's any fault of this movie.
It was what? How long ago did that come out? Like
2008.
13 years, something.
Yeah, so that's a big missed opportunity, I think, on part of the writers of the MCU in that one.
23.
23 years ago.
Oh, jeez. I can't count. It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
To count.
2008 to someone wants to do math for us, yeah. So yeah, so you've got
17,
this big fight scene
17 years.
17 years, yeah. But you got this big fight scene at the end, which I did think that was the coolest scene I thought in that fight scene with the car.
When he chucked the car at him, and I kind of took the car out, and there's a couple of interesting shots where he's he's avoiding the Hulk, right?
Yeah.
He's kind of flipping over him and kind of cutting him with his wings. That was a little strange. Apparently, some of the parts of the wings come off like feathers, and he can stab the Hulk with them. He does that a couple times.
That was weird.
His wings still appear to be intact after that. It's kind of odd. But yes, it eventually ends up with just him basically being Captain Armadillo. He wraps the wings around himself, and he holds the shield up, and then the Hulk is just punching him repeatedly into the ground. Overall, this scene, I thought it was a mishmash. There was a bit here and a bit there that was enjoyable. Some nice shots, but most of it, the CGI was just awful. Awful.
The Hulk, I thought they did a good job with making the Hulk look like Ford.
Yeah, they did.
That looked good, but there's really no point for this rampage. Like there's no, they don't explain it enough. It's like he wants to take out Falcon now.
What's originally, I must have just completely missed where he got set off to begin with. Where was he again?
Oh, okay. So he was in he was at a press conference, right? That's what it was. There was a press conference announcing, yes, we've finally made this treaty. And then there's so Stearns, you find out that Stearns, his whole motivation the whole time has just been to embarrass Ross, just like ruin his life. And so he's taunting him into trying to get him to become the Hulk during that earlier the aerial battle that's going on with the ships and everything out in the Indian Ocean. There's a scene where Stearns, the leader, it contacts him and is basically keeps messing with him, trying to get him to Hulk out, basically. Okay. But then nothing happens. He manages to control himself, and then he gets to the press conference. And Mark, do you remember what there's a message that goes out to everybody's phones.
Yeah, or they find out that he's had Stern. He's been hiding Stern secretly. And
I think Stearns. Yeah, Stearns turns himself in, and then he shares a message with I think there's like a news story that goes out about him turning himself in and saying that he's, been, a prisoner of Ross or whatever.
Black site, some misdeeds that Ross had done,
and so
I can't remember what specifically.
I can't either, but anyway, this goes out, and so the press starts really, pressing him about this story or whatever, and so that's when he loses control and becomes the Red Hulk.
Yeah, he goes ballistic. You can't take the
heat
questions. Can't take the questions, and he hulks. But they did a good job with as
the actual transformation Hulk into the Red Hulk was fine. I thought the CGI there looked fairly good. It was clear that had been a shot they had worked on for a while, I think. But,
so that did look good, but it doesn't make sense that he just goes crazy and starts attacking things, and then they've got planes coming in, they're shooting things up. It's like, what about all the civilians that would be around here? And finally Falcon says, let me get him out of the city, out of the White House.
And they know, so all the Secret Service that are standing around, they know that's the president of the United States.
Yeah, why did
they transform into the Hulk? They would not start firing at him. They're the Secret Service.
Regular
start
bullets are
shooting
just
them.
going to irritate him anyway.
Oh yeah, that's all they do too. They just sort of bounce off.
Yeah. No, it was.
But it's like the
made
Secret
zero
Service
sense.
would not start firing on the president, even if he turned into a monster.
Yeah. Yeah, so they've got this. So as you go through the trailer here, yeah. So, I think that's at the White House, right? Yeah, they start shooting at him. So it's So here,
firing missiles at the White House.
Yeah, there's the press there.
Yeah,
asking him questions. Yeah.
Since when were they red?
Yeah.
They're not freaked out at all by this man just transforming into a giant red monstrosity.
So, that was kind of a fun. Yeah, it was kind of funny, I guess, but
a little silly.
But they don't. They just don't explain it. It just doesn't jibe why this is happening in terms of him going nuts here at this press conference. Yeah, so I think, and then no, you know what I remember now? Yeah, they found out that he had paid Sidewinder to steal the adamantium. He was but I think he's being framed by the leader.
He was being framed by the leader for that. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't actually do that to steal the big plot thing was to steal the adamantium. It's like there's a whole freaking mountain of adamantium there, wasn't there? Like it's like, isn't there a whole celestial full of it now?
Yeah. Well, and then there's the whole thing. The Japanese accuse him of being, you're the one who stole it. And he says, why would we steal it just to steal it back? That's it's kind of silly.
And the whole history of cherry blossoms is that the Japanese gave it to us as a gift from World War II from what happened.
So
the whole thing with the stealing the adamantium and then stealing it back and all of the weirdness happening there with that, it was very, very odd. It's like you're going to have all these different intelligence agencies tell you all sorts of different things. It doesn't. Like you said, there should be plenty of
right. If you got a whole celestial full, but I think I remember reading somewhere that the amount of gold in the whole world you can fit into like a football stadium or in a football field if it was all refined or something like that. I mean, it could be, like, it could be getting the figure, the figures off, but the amount of gold is just so minuscule. That's why it's so valuable, right? It's so minuscule. But if you've got a whole celestial, which is, if you ever watched For All Mankind, that's one of the big plot points. They're trying to capture an asteroid, and they talk about the economic ramifications of capturing this big asteroid and bringing it to Earth, because it would upset world economies in terms of the value of all the say it's like loaded with gold or platinum. If one country had control of that, all of a sudden had tons and tons of gold, it could upset the balance of the world. Or so that's an interesting plot point. And it doesn't make sense if they're having this treaty and they're going to share it. Why would
and that reminds me too of a very strange. I think I mentioned this to Price the other night when we were talking about it, that he stands up in front of all these world leaders and says, "Well, we had this sample stolen, and but we got it back." Like, you wouldn't say that. Politicians are never going to admit that they lost something or that something that he might thank, Captain America for his efforts in securing the whatever, but they're not going to just admit on a world stage, somebody took us for a ride and stole it, and we had to steal it back. Do that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I thought the movie, started okay, but then when you look at it, it kind of falls apart. But like the action in the beginning, with the Falcon and the interaction with as a kid, the new Falcon, it was okay. I think the movie really started to go downhill when in terms of the plot points not reconciling and the motivations of the character and the leader not being that imposing of a villain when he should be. And this didn't make sense. So you should have had the leader. There should have been a different plot point than this adamantium. Like the leader, maybe there's some other tech in this celestial, something else.
That he was, maybe it seemed like his goal was just rather silly. He wasn't really menacing. He just wanted to take down one guy,
Ross,
and like embarrass him. That was his mission. Not like, oh, I'm going to dominate the world. Oh, I'm going to supply all the adamantium. Oh, I have a way I'm going to brainwash, millions into my own army. No, I'm just trying to embarrass this one guy.
Yeah, which can't be that tough to do.
That's the overall. I'm trying to really pinpoint the overall point of the movie, except for what R2 just said. That it's just really about this. I mean, is this a knock against the government here?
Yeah.
I mean,
I genuinely think in the original cut of this film that the true villain of the movie was supposed to be Ross.
That's exactly what I was going to get at. So I'm glad you said it first.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm guessing that's what. Oh, go ahead.
No, you summed it up. I'm just saying. I was just trying to pinpoint what the movie's really about, other than just trying to make an action movie, right? You got their action, but the Sterns and they're putting people in jail, and it's just a revenge flick against the government. Thing, right?
And I think it was supposed to be very specifically pointed at Ross, who is very clearly supposed to be a Trump stand-in. In the way his character is introduced early on, and some of the other things that happen. Of course, we didn't get to the very end of the movie, where we have Ross, who now after he's just talked down by Captain Falcon. Sam talks him down, and he turns back into
as a
counselor himself, and then he takes responsibility for his actions. He steps down from the office of the president, and then allows himself to be locked behind bars in the raft.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some people who would have loved for a Trump allegory to do all those things.
I'll hate to bring it up though for Mark, but that we've got the G20 coming up after this, right? Is that a coincidence?
Yeah.
The release dates?
Yeah. Well,
am I got my tinfoil hat on, or am I just way off here? But anyway.
But yeah, so
I appreciate it.
Yeah, why didn't he do a preemptive pardon like Joe Biden?
Yeah, why not? He should have. Exactly. Should have written a preemptive pardon, you know.
But he's not really a bad guy in this movie too, which is the problem. Like, all right, so he was using Stern, it turned out to Stern to keep him alive. So so that that was not kosher, right? Not good. But there's no he's not like this really horrible guy that's doing all these, breaking the law, doing these other things, and he just loses control. It's like, in Washington D.C., they're not arresting you for doing anything these days, right? So I mean, destroying part of the White House, that was ridiculous, because it made no sense that he would go off like that. And this scene was ridiculous too, where if they're on the aircraft carrier and Cap just barges in. Yeah, just to see the president. How does he get in to see the president unless someone lets him in? I mean,
they just they don't want to stand up to Captain America. I don't know. I'll say there was only one time I laughed one time during this film.
What was that?
When they go to visit, he goes to visit Joaquin after he's injured during that fight.
The crash,
and during his crash, and then we get Bucky, who shows up to visit him. Who says he shows up? He's in a suit and tie, and so we have Bucky, a super soldier, former asset of the Russian military, and he says he needs to leave because he needs to go to a campaign fundraiser. And then someone else says, oh, yes, the next congressman from whatever
Ohio
state,
or wherever
Ohio. Yeah. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my life. They're going to have Bucky just be a politician.
Yep. And hail, Courtney just joined the show. So hail to Courtney. How you doing, Courtney? Let's see. Can Courtney hear us? Yep.
Oh, she's on the show. Hey.
She's on the show, yeah.
Well, I guess hi. I can hear now. Hi, guys.
Hey there.
How's it going?
I might have to log out and come right back in.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to log out and come right back in. I'm getting a weird
Weird.
it didn't connect right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
Courtney will be back. Here Oliver says, yes, since Wakanda refuses to share vibranium, a large chunk of adamantium shows up. Thus, the U.S. government, led by Ross, needs to make weapons made of adamantium in case they go to war with Wakanda. Yeah, you could do something like that.
Yeah, he does mention something about, now the technology will no longer be controlled by a single ethno state or something like that. He says, so
when they made the treaty, they finally made a treaty, right?
Without the Russian or the Chinese involved,
with the Japanese,
clearly,
with Japan,
with Japan and India.
Who gets the Celestial?
Well, they're sharing it.
They're all going to get to have a piece. Yes.
Okay, that was the best way. Okay, I missed that.
One guy gets the pinky, one guy gets the index finger, one guy gets the middle finger.
Yeah. Yes, RobAltis, I am serious. He says he needs to leave for a campaign fundraiser.
I was not even. How does an assassin? Yeah,
that's a direct quote.
How does an assassin run for office?
Okay.
Well, he puts a little U.S. flag pin on his suit, and
yeah.
I
mean, he's been mind controlled, right?
Exactly.
Everyone's going to trust Bucky. I love the character of Bucky. That's,
well, that was Grogu's point before, right? He made a good point, is that he just felt like Bucky shouldn't be Captain America. Not that he wouldn't have been good at it if he hadn't have been mind controlled and gone through torture and all that other stuff. Can you really 100%? I say, well, that's a good point, but they just do whatever they want to do in these movies.
Yeah.
Right.
I think there's a much more.
It doesn't matter what we think sometimes.
Yeah. I think there's a much more interesting story to tell about a redemption arc for Bucky becoming Captain America and having to earn that trust and find that versus the whole narrative of racial whatever that's going on with Mackey's character.
I mean, if you look at the characters,
and Bucky does become Captain America in the comics after Steve disappears. That time he was in the other dimension. So famous cover too by Alex Ross. If I'm
it's a brilliant cover.
If I'm right,
So
let me try to find it. But so he does. There's that whole storyline of him becoming Captain America, and of course, Bucky. Was one of the few characters that was dead for so many years. I always joke about in the comic book store, like, who's still dead? Is it Bucky and Uncle Ben? It's like everyone else has come back to life. So I don't know if that's not the cover, but it's kind of close with the Alex.
Yeah, wasn't the Alex Ross one? Wasn't that the one that people joked about? They called him Captain Puerto Rico.
I'm trying to remember which. Yeah, where was that? Yeah,
maybe that was
the
another
Shield.
One.
Yeah, no, that's what. Kind of, with the because they had this was the Shield.
That's the original. That's the cover. That's the cover.
Yeah, with Alex Ross. Yeah. So, but it's Ross is great, but so it was that whole problem. Of how do you, say that? I'm going to be Captain America. Yep. And there's Miss Marvel as she should be in the MCU. Yep.
Indeed.
Yep. So, but. It's just and he does grab the shield in that scene. Yep. But how could Bucky? No, 6 is voting for Bucky, but how the heck does he run? That's a great PR team he's got. To run for office.
Well, but what a waste of a resource. You've got a super soldier.
Yeah.
And you're just gonna sit in Congress all day and make speech like. Really?
Yeah. That, and he does, as you said, he does have the super soldier serum. So, it's.
Hey, you know what, dude? Without term limits, he could be in there for 80, 90, 110 years or so.
Yeah. So, so here, let me show some pictures from the movie theater. Let me pull these over.
I'm gonna see if there was anything else in my notes that I might have.
Yeah. So this is the Wheaties box for the Thunderbolts.
Oh yeah.
Everyone, this is funny, right? The Thunderbolts in the comics are not the Suicide Squad, so they're flipping them. but the trailer did have some was kind of funny, I thought. So we'll see what the we'll see if they pull it off. I love Red Guardian.
Yeah, and they're not working with heavily established characters either, so they've got a little to play with here. I don't really know why they need to include Ghost. That seems like a strange inclusion to the team.
Taskmaster doesn't look
Taskmaster
like it's going to be much.
It's not Taskmaster.
Is that a gender swap, Mark?
It is, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because if I remember,
and it's not Taskmaster in terms of
real
how the
Taskmaster.
comics.
It's not the real
work.
Taskmaster.
That's the one from
which
the
is
Black
that's
Widow
actually
film.
what got me to want to watch this. Actually, well, Mark talking about Thunderbolts and kind of ran into it with the Deadpool arc in the past.
We do get the John Walker U.S. agent. Which,
He's good. He's good.
I'm still down with the John Walker did nothing wrong. I'm still on that team.
Right? What did John Walker do wrong? Yeah. But the actor he does a good job as U.S. agent, I think.
I've got no problem with that character at all. Yes, Red Guardian's kind of a fun character.
He's fun,
do we know who the villain is for the Thunderbolts film yet?
Well, it should be Baron Zemo, but if they're following the comics, but Baron Zemo is the leader behind the scenes. So in the comics, what they do, it's Zemo has this plan to, typical plan, take over the world. But he has all the villains pose as superheroes. What happens is the superheroes love the adulation they're getting as, the villains as superheroes. And they flip on Zemo in the end and they become good guys. It's
supposed to be the Void.
Oh, the Void
is supposed to be the villain.
Yeah, and I heard
that's the alter ego of the Sentry, right?
Too.
That's his. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they had it. Let me see if I have a picture of all the Thunderbolts. From the comics, how they would look. We've shown that before, but so here's the team from the comics. Yeah, so Baron Zemo's Thunderbolts. So you had Mark Bagley. Oh, this was great stuff back then. Oh, why does it get so small? But you had Moonstone, Screaming Mimi, Goliath, the Beetle, who's kind of like a high-tech character in Mach 5, and so it was a great setup for a team. And Hawkeye was the leader for a while, but they all were like obscure B-list characters who ended up, as I said, liking being being heroes. What was their first appearances in the Hulk? Or was it Fantastic Four? Hulk 449 was the first appearance, and it was one of those things when I read it, I'm like, God, this is so well written. Peter David is a phenomenal writer. It was just such a great setup. When something just clicks, and those characters work just so well. Yeah, they were so they revealed the Thunderbolts were actually the masters of evil in disguise. A surprise twist, carefully guarded by Marvel Comics. So it was just great time to read comics back then. One of my favorite series, the old Thunderbolts. So so we're not getting that in the comics, unfortunately.
Yeah. So it looks like the villain is going to be Bob.
The Void.
Bob, as the Void, who would then, I guess, learn to control the Void, and then he can show up in a later film as Sentry.
Okay, yeah,
that makes sense.
There we go.
That makes sense. Because I was watching the trailers and I was like, who has these powers? Because you see in the trailers, there's just like big shadows spreading everywhere, and I couldn't pinpoint in my head, what villain would that be? But that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is a great prop for a movie theater. This thing is huge, so that was that was really fun. So I took a picture of that. All kinds of merch there. The movie theaters are getting smart, right? Why not sell merch? I don't know how much it's gonna sell, but because this movie I don't think it's gonna do great. But they have. What does that bag say? Be better? I don't know.
You got to be better, Senator.
Be better. They got the Falcon there. They got I mean, kudos to the movie there. Yeah, they got.
Yeah, they had quite a bit of merch at our theater. Right? I mean, not quite that much, but they did. I saw some Falcon or not Falcon, the Captain America shield pillows. They had not only you were talking earlier about that really expensive shield popcorn bucket. I mean, it was huge. I'll give you that. It was the shield on it was massive, but they did also have the helmet. Falcon's helmet.
Falcon helmet. Yeah.
Popcorn buckets. I saw those, but they were tiny.
They were tiny. Yeah. And I didn't know who that was either walking into the movie. I'm like,
yeah.
Why is Ant-Man's helmet on sale? Like,
yeah, exactly.
You didn't know. Like,
what does that have to do with the movie, right?
Actually, maybe I should have bought this pillow. I want to see how much this pillow was. That is kind of fun.
Yeah, I saw a few of those, and they had some other merch, some T-shirts and stuff.
That actually might not have been a bad buy, but at that point I was trying to get into the movie.
Yeah.
And the red Hulk is cute, and Cap Falcon, I guess, if you really love the character. But yeah, man, I should have bought the shield. I mean, a shield pillow. I wonder how much that cost. Probably $50 too.
Well, I got in and out of this movie and a slushie for nothing, so that was all I was willing to pay to go see this.
Ooh, gourmet caramel. That
looks good.
Yeah.
Firecracker Crunch gourmet popcorn. That looks good with the with popping rock can. Oh,
gross.
Pop rocks.
Ooh.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Is that going to kill Mikey?
Wash that down with soda in your mouth. It's gonna
that sounds awful.
The caramel looks good.
Oh yeah,
and actually,
all over that.
I actually. Oh, did I click on? I thought I clicked on Courtney to add Courtney to the stage. Sorry, Courtney. I thought
just been hanging out back there listening to us chat.
I'm laughing at the comment about exploding, drinking some soda with popcorn.
And then I actually, Mikey, John Gilchrist was lived in my dorm for the first year of college. So we had Mike.
You were just saying that before.
Yeah, Mikey was in our dorm, and also the kid from Mean Joe Green commercial. That's Tom Ocon. I was pretty good friends with him in college. Actually, he lived with one of my good friends, so he was a great guy. Yep. Yeah. What's the asterisk?
How cool
I
is
don't
that?
know.
So I think if you watch the trailer. Somebody is it Red Garden? It says we're the Thunderbolts or whatever, and then everyone else is like, no, that is not going to be our name. And so I think that's the joke with the asterisk is that
will change
that they haven't decided on that name yet. that's my guess.
Hysterical, yeah. Oh, that's hysterical, yeah. So so you got some merch here, which I thought was a nice touch. Yeah, Courtney, I should have bought that pillow. Yeah. Let's see here. So here's the shield. That's pretty big, and there's a collapsible
they
popcorn
had all this
bucket.
at the movie? Is that?
Yeah, they're selling all the stuff at the movie. The hat.
That's so cool.
Red Hulk. Yeah, the drink is pretty cool too. I have to say, yeah. I mean, as far as merch goes.
Yeah, I'd say the shield was probably about 16 inches across. It was
pretty
good
big
size.
Yeah. It was just $50.
So was
it's
the
like
shield what you got your $50 popcorn in?
Yeah, so underneath, I think I might have gotten a picture of it, but there's like a collapsible popcorn bucket underneath it. Well, first of all, my wife would have absolutely killed me if I'd bought
But you
this.
were at least you would get like a shield. You're not just paying for like the big paper.
Yeah, no,
bucket.
you get the popcorn. You get the popcorn too.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you get a refill on the popcorn. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get free refills. But yeah, I mean it's $50, and I think if this had been Captain America: Winter Soldier, they would have sold a ton of these. I just don't think there's.
Yeah, well, at $50, that's hefty.
Steep.
I have the from Ghostbusters Afterlife. I got the popcorn bucket from that one. It was the ghost trap. Yeah.
Yeah, I have that.
The light up ghost
what was
trap.
That, $30 or something?
Yeah, it was only I think it ended up like $33 or something after tax. So yeah, it wasn't too bad. So
because you figure the popcorn's $50. Our popcorn's like $15.
Yeah, the popcorn by itself is like $12 or $13. So it's I'm not paying that much for the bucket.
Because it must be so expensive. I haven't been to a movie theater in so many years.
Well, the tickets are $20 where we are because I do the Dobley theater, so I always do the the more expensive movie theater.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And,
Oh,
with
do they have
great,
like the cushioning
reclining
seats and stuff
seats
like
and
that? Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So yeah,
cup holders.
if we do a whole family, take me, my wife, and both kids, we go to the theater. I think last time we did that with drinks and popcorn and everything, it was $96.
Right? Yeah.
For
so-
everybody to go see one movie. It was wild.
No, it adds up. I mean, yeah, it ain't cheap.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
so,
I mean, granted, go to a nice restaurant, it's going to cost you almost that much just for a dinner, but it's just like you think about it, you're like, yeah, let's go see a movie. Oh, do we have $100 to spare for all of us to go see a movie?
Try taking three children skiing nowadays.
Oh,
My
God.
brother's
I
doing.
can't even imagine.
yeah,
He's got the kids enrolled like every Saturday for 5 or 6 weeks or whatever. It's a day pass right now this weekend in Steamboat Springs, Colorado is $319 for a lift ticket.
yeah, no,
That's not rentals. That's just to get up the gondola and ride the chairlift. I remember
No,
when it
it
was
ain't cheap.
50,
Yeah,
and
Yep.
that we thought that was expensive. $319. And for a family of 5, I mean that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's wild.
yeah.
But yeah,
Dobley, yeah. Hey, Mark's 47 and Dobley, and Dolby. Yeah, if you're a Spinal Tap fan, it's in Dobley.
It's in Dobley.
It's in Dobley. Yep. So yeah, and hail to Lisa. Yep. But it was Valentine's Day, way cheaper than flowers. Yeah, so I'm still married. We went out to a really good Mexican restaurant with another couple, and only thing is we went early, so we couldn't linger as much and drink at the restaurant to relax a little bit more. But yeah, so if I told my wife, look at the shield I got for $50, but I think if this is a big hit movie, I think people would have bought it if it was Steve Rogers Captain America, not
Yeah.
I think it's so, and I think if this was $40, they could have gotten away with $40. I would have paid a little bit more, but
yeah. I mean, if that were $30, if that were the $30 like I paid for the Ghost
I would have bought
Trap,
that for $30. Yeah,
I would have bought that. That's actually pretty cool looking, honestly.
$40 I would have gone, but when you hit the $50 range,
yeah,
that's and then you didn't know who this character is, right? You're like, why am I buying this helmet? Not that it's bad, but it's just like I have no idea who. Why is the Ant-Man helmet there? So yeah, and then there's no prices here too. Like they should have the prices so you see what the shield is. I wonder if there's still stuff for sale. If you go back. But yeah, the cup. Now that I'm looking at it, the cup is kind of cool because it doesn't. It's could evoke the real Captain America too. So yeah. Just too bad. Yep. Hey, Aldar. Yep. The shield bucket is $50. You should come with unlimited popcorn refills for that price of this. Actually, I think it does. It does. But yeah, that was. I was just so. That's just so expensive.
Yeah.
Let me go to AMC Theater.
Yeah, it comes with unlimited on the day if you buy one of those special ones. But yeah, it's not you can't get to bring it back forever and keep getting it. I actually have a friend who has one of those passes where they can get into however many movies that they want, a week, and then they also have there's like an annual popcorn thing that you can buy where you can get all the popcorn you want. But you say it's cool. It's like $200.
But if you're going to go all the time, I guess.
Yeah. It's like if you are going to go see 3 movies a week or whatever, I guess you would definitely make up for it. But yeah, it's pretty expensive.
Yeah, and I do the AMC stub thing or whatever.
So do I.
$10 a year, and then you get your money back on that one. So that is
I get that just because they write off the cost. You can write off the cost of ordering tickets on your phone.
Yep.
So you order it online. You if you buy 5 tickets during the year, you've paid for it because that's how much the online fees are for the tickets. So
and you get the points. So you
get the points and all sorts of other stuff. Yeah.
So here's the shield is pretty cool close up. I have to say. Let's see. I think I have. There's Snow White. So that's gonna be a big hit.
Oh boy!
March 21st. Yep.
Is that I can't see from here. I'm so sorry. Is that an animated or a real deal?
It's live action.
It's live action.
Who's playing Snow White? Do you know the actress?
Rachel Zegler.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Oh, Dave is
I
back.
don't know.
Glad you're back, Dave. Yep.
Yeah, I just got the electric just went out. Boom.
Oh,
Like 2
yikes.
boom, 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 boom for no reason. The weather's great.
Yeah.
What happened? I was in the dark for like 2-3 seconds. Then it happened like twice.
Well,
like,
you know, you
okay.
needed some dwarves to get your power back on.
Oh god. Well, that movie's okay, but that's going to be a mix of live action and CGI. Right?
Yeah. Well, originally the dwarves were magical creatures, and now they, instead of having live action dwarves, you can blame Peter Dinklage for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
So
the
now
I
they
heard
have
about
this
that. That's
just
Why can't they
absolute
just
nightmares of those creatures.
make
Yeah.
you know, it used to be back in the day, and I brought this up the other. Help me if I'm wrong here. Studios used to be very protective of people saying a lot of stuff about their movies, and they used to have the actors and actresses sign NDAs or whatever. You know, it's kind of like football players, right? You can't do these things, you can't do these things, but if you come on board, you can't go out trashing the fans, whether you know you can't. But am I wrong about this? Back in the day, they used to have them.
Well, they had morality clauses too, and they had
Yeah,
well, you
I
don't
was going
bite
to
the
say, or
hand
maybe
that
just
feeds
more
you.
morals in general. Personal morals to not talk about.
well, most of all, it's like once you hire them and start filming, you're not supposed to go out and do anything but promote the film in a certain way, right? You're not supposed to engage in all the stuff that she has done, right?
Yeah. Oh no, it's a total PR disaster. I mean, she's been horrible, and of course, she's supposed to be more fair than the queen. And it's just like, yeah, she's not a bad looking lady, but she just can't hold the candle to Gal Gadot. It's just so ridiculous. It's just laughable on its face.
Lisa's right. I mean, times have changed, but you know, I don't know. I mean, they take things too far sometimes. You know, even Mackie got in a little heat there for some of the stuff he said. You know, it's kind of like, it's not supposed to keep you from not wanting to watch a movie, but it doesn't help, right?
And hail to Retro Guy, John Evan Retro Guy Bear says Lord Farquaad.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I have a question. I know somebody had mentioned it before, but why aren't they using humans as the dwarves like they have in the past? Is there a reason for that? Has
Because
anyone?
Peter Dinklage was angry about stereotyping little people in the movie, so then they, instead of having
There's
the original
little people
seven dwarves,
actors and that need jobs, right?
no, they
it's
don't.
so ridiculous because the original dwarves are very endeared by kids and stuff. Nobody looked at them like that. I didn't.
never thought
when I grew
anything-
up. I never looked
way.
at this like them. Those characters, I loved them when I grew up. They're just so ridiculous sometimes. That's exactly what I was talking about.
No, so that was the controversy of this movie. Ziegler panned the whole storyline of Snow White being, was anti-feminist basically, and she doesn't need a hero to save her, and
She doesn't need the prince. Exactly, Mark. Right, sorry,
the prince and all this. Yeah. So and Snow White is the reason Disney exists as a company. That was the first groundbreaking movie. It was such a huge, massive hit that. So she had all this bad publicity, and then they had these magical creatures, and then they had to redo it. Was people reacted so badly? So why are the original seven dwarves not in the movie? And they had to reshoot it and turn the magical creatures into new CGI dwarves. So instead of having actors portraying them as live action, they're CGI.
Again, Lord of the Rings pulled it off how long ago, Mark? When did Lord of the Rings come out? The first one?
20 plus years ago
20
now.
some years already, right? And look how great they did it.
Yeah.
No.
Can I comment on what Haldir said? And hi, Haldir. Haldir, he said that there's a dollar store across from the theater he goes to, and he snacks in. That's what I always did in college.
Yeah. Well,
we would bring candy in our pockets and stuff and bring stuff in.
Wintertime was great.
We couldn't afford the snacks in the movie, and that was when it was cheap, even though we were college kids. So.
Yeah.
Good idea.
It's bad here because the Publix right down the road, they actually do their deli and sandwich shop. They do popcorn in the morning. I've never really been there like at 7:30.
Yeah.
Normally, it's usually late in the afternoon or late at night to avoid crowds or whatever. But I went in there early one day and I was like, "Is that popcorn?" And yeah, they had a big popcorn thing, big bags. Like, boy, I can't sneak that in wearing shorts and a t-shirt. But
I've never snuck candy into a movie theater ever.
Never.
And you do want to support the theater. You know, it's been a tough business too. So I don't mind. Like I bought Twizzlers, and I buy a lot of the merch now too. I buy these, buy some of these things. So I don't think it's it's like an alcohol. That's why they make their money at a restaurant, right? When you buy a drink. So it's but I do, we've all snuck some candy in here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I love the full service theaters. Unfortunately, since the pandemic now, the menu that they have at our theater is really, really lame. So
that sucks.
There's nothing. I looked at it the other day because my son has braces, and so he's like, I can't really eat the popcorn. Can we find something else to eat? I was like, sure, we'll find you a pretzel, something. He's like, nope. There was like 5-6 things on it.
Well, if you don't have a DD,
nothing he was interested in.
Yeah, if you don't have a DD and you go to the one theater and they're serving Jameson and beer, and I'm like, they're serving Jameson at the movie theater? I'm like, wow. Now I got to pay for an
Alamo
Uber
Draft House.
Yeah, Alamo Draft House. And
I'm like, to go to the restroom too much, I feel like.
Well, you don't drink the beer. I drink the whiskey, just a couple, but I'm not going to drive even if I drink a couple. So it's like, wait a minute, this is going to be like a $250 movie day for myself. Because I had to Uber and then ordered the steak and then ordered the desserts and then 3 or 4 Jamesons for, if it's not
if you have a
3-hour
experience, it's
2-hour movie, you're only going to drink 2 drinks anyway, right? So
yeah, but if you have a good experience, it's worth it, though, I have to say. So,
yeah. An hour and a half movie,
pay for like a night out, a fun night out. Yeah. So here's some shots from the end of the movie. So Ron Lieber, John Entwistle, director, and I always try to grab who worked on the movie. So Rick Remender and Carlos Pacho for the significant contributions to the film. So they're Marvel Comics people. Jeff Loeb and Ed McGuinness for the Red Hulk. Yep, they created the Red Hulk character. So at least they got credit. There's a whole controversy over Rob Liefeld not getting enough credit, or getting kicked out of the, not being let into the after party.
Wasn't even invited, was he?
Yeah, where he tried to get in. They said, no, you're not. Yeah. It's like, just let the guy in, unless there's some personality conflict behind the scenes that I don't know about. It's like, you should treat these creators so well, but how many people know that Jack Kirby created the Hulk? I mean, Jack Kirby created most of the Marvel universe, so it's the whole controversy of copyright and credit, and
it's like the Bill Finger issue.
Yeah. So I think here, so I just grabbed that scene, those shots of who worked on the movie, and of course we've got Joe Simon and Jack Kirby here, and these are the comic book artists that worked on the movie. So it's alphabetical order. So Ed Brubaker's responsible for Bucky and the modern take on Captain America. Let's see, Steve Ditko, of course. Let's see, Mark Grunwald, Stan Lee, Ralph Macchio, Bill Mantlo, who created. Bill Mantlo did some fantastic work on the Micronauts, and also created Rocket Raccoon. Unfortunately, he was in a bad accident. He's been assisted living for the last 30 plus years. But so they finally gave him credit, and I think finally, agreed to pay for his health care. But for years, they had no money to take care of him, which is a shame. And he created all these great characters, Bill Mantlo.
Yeah, man, that's happened to a bunch of comic creators. It's really sad.
Yeah. Romita Sr. and Jr., the fantastic George Perez, Roy Thomas, Ron Wilson. What a phenomenal artist Ron Wilson is. Barry Windsor Smith. So at least they're getting some credit, but as people say, like, that should have been in the the beginning of the movie, like, Captain America, created by Joe Simon and Jack Kirby. That should be at the top.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep. So,
well, how did you guys feel about the special bonus stuff? Did you watch it? Mark, you waited, right?
The end credit scene.
I know they had one. Some people said it wasn't any good. It was just
was perhaps the most pathetic end credit scene that's ever been in any Marvel movie.
Wow, that's something you really look forward to, right?
You can watch it online. They've got it on YouTube.
Yep.
It's awful. Literally no point to it. You see, for some reason, whatever reason, Sam goes to visit Stearns, the leader, goes to visit him in prison, and he says, "The others are coming."
Oh God!
So tipping a hat, teasing us about the multiverse that we've known about for a decade.
Yeah, it was a nothing burger.
That's it.
Yeah, it was
a shocker.
Nothing interesting. Yep. And here they're thanking Stan Lee Foundation. Let's see anything of note. Oh, Defender video game. Yeah, Defender. How the heck was he playing Defender on that phone like that, or that console?
Oh, that was funny. That was.
Yeah, but what? I mean, but that was like on a flip phone. I'm like,
yeah. Well, he couldn't have a smartphone because that could be used to do the flashy thing and brainwash him, right?
Oh, that's why he didn't have a smartphone.
So instead, he had a flip phone, and he was playing. Yeah, he was playing Defender on the
Defender on a flip phone.
I don't know.
Controls for it. Yeah, and it didn't have the gravitas to that scene too. There was no. Yeah, it was like
it wasn't really explained as to why he had the flip phone, but that was what I
that's a good interpretation.
Got from it was that he couldn't have his smartphone because then it could be used to program him, because that's how
good point.
They had just figured out that's how Stearns was programming people, was through flashes on their phones.
Okay.
Nobody in the chat, John and Brian, didn't like that end credit either.
Yeah. So so Captain America will return, just like James Bond will return.
Yeah.
And then here's the Captain America snack pack if you wanted. And they had I didn't know that. I love cream soda.
Oh
so,
yeah.
Yeah,
Sparkling
large popcorn
shield.
2 large drinks and 2 candies for $80. I don't know what it is.
Good Lord. Yeah. My kids wanted one of those. We went to a movie. I think it was when we went to see The Wild Robot, and they had a special pack like that. And I was like, guys, I already spent $80 on the tickets. I ain't spending $80 on on all the drinks and popcorn and candy. You can just forget it.
Right.
You're going to get popcorn. You're going to get drinks. I'm not buying this weird.
That does look good though, man. At least the soda and popcorn does.
Cream soda looks good. Yeah. But I guess
my teeth just hurt looking at the Skittles since Lifesavers.
Here's me and my friend with the Thunderbolts. Yep.
Wow, that is, dude.
It is huge. Yeah, it is a huge thing. Yeah.
Well, you said huge. I didn't know it was like.
No, it was big. Yeah, it was a big post. Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun setup.
Yeah, we did not have a standee like that at our theater. I did have the Snow White one, but we didn't have.
Is that an AMC?
Oh, 6 is here. Oh, 6. Thank you so much. Super sticker.
There,
That's
6.
awesome. Wow.
Thank you.
And 6, Bucky was very hot in the movie. We were joking about that in the last stream. And my wife thought he was looking fine in the suit, but he was not shirtless. But yeah, the ladies that we were with all were very happy about seeing Bucky. So wait, we got to play something cool for 6 here. Thank you so much for that, 6. Let's see, what can I play that's fun here. Yep. Well, here, I love this one.
Inconceivable. 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 You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
He plays with toys.
It's a model.
With little figures.
Superman!
Would you like some toast? Some nice hot crisp brown buttered toast.
Thank you, 6. Yep. Well, let me pull this over, so we can see the super sticker. Yep. Very cool. Yep. There we go.
Very Valentine's Day.
Yeah, so that was our Valentine's Day outing. Yep. So it's a kind of a shame because if they had some better writing or made it more coherent, there is a chance at a decent film tucked away in here. I think the actors aren't bad, and so it's a shame. Yeah, and if you had more of Bucky in the movie, right?
Could be. Yeah,
that could have helped it a little bit. Now here's the other standee. We have Statham, Human Traffickers Beware.
Oh,
Working Man.
Let me guess.
So it's going to be revenge.
Crap out of a few people in this one.
Yeah. for the director of The Beekeeper and the Suicide Squad. And then this movie, Meet Nathan Kane. He can't feel pain. Check Wade Novocaine. There was a 15-second preview in the movie, and I thought that was great because it was like 15 seconds. Yep.
Yeah, that actually looks like I might have to look into that.
Yeah, it felt it was
Right?
very much reminiscent of Nobody.
Yep.
I love that poster.
It's like a classic old
Yeah,
school
it's very
type
cool.
poster.
Yeah.
Little.
Yeah. So let's see what happens there. And Six says, yeah, looking forward to hearing your thoughts. We'll definitely listen to this later. Thanks, Six. Yep. So basically I think we're all, thumbs down on it, but there's potential there. That's what gets me. Just the, I think it's just the mess of the writing.
It's always potential with these movies, though.
I think they started out with something that had a lot of political messaging and stuff in it.
Absolutely.
And, as I said, I think initially the intent was to make Ross as the president. It was to make him the villain of the piece. And I think that was probably, they probably got a lot of feedback because we know it's, or at least it's been heavily rumored that during their early test screenings that people hated the film. They really did not like it at all. There were a lot of things that were wrong with it. And I wonder if that didn't just really bother a lot of people. Oh, you're going to make the president the villain. That seems very plausible from what we have seen in the cut that we finally did get. And I can imagine that really getting under some people's skin during the first test screenings. So.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. It's just, and then you want to try to avoid overt politics too. And I would think in any of these movies. So, it's just a bad combination when you can really point out current day events. It's, that's when it gets really sticky too. Cause you want people to have, some escapism and, to enjoy things. And, it's, just a bad combination when it's that noticeable. So here's some of the merch that they had here. Let me show that. Let me put this back on the screen here.
Sure that.
The shield actually looks pretty cool here. Here, let's see if there's the pack. I guess they don't put prices in, I guess, because prices change. Mini posters
different by the different from one place to another, by one location to another.
Yeah. So I guess they've got that, and then they've got let's see, where's the shield here? They were showing if I click merchandise, probably here we go. Let's see. So it's a collapsible shield. So it is actually pretty cool if you see that popcorn bucket on the side. So I guess it wasn't cheap this thing wasn't cheap to make. But there's Dogman. But I guess it must collapse. So yeah, they said it was a collapsible popcorn bucket. So that could be that could be. It's not bad actually. Let's see if so here, quick view. Oh, so it compresses down like one of when you go camping.
Yeah,
I have one of those.
Like a camping cup. Yeah,
camping cup. So I guess that was why the price was so damn expensive.
Honestly, it looks pretty cool. But it's little on the pricey side.
You can try to justify it with the popcorn. Right.
Yeah.
But still, it's a hit. I mean, when you hear 50 and you bring I mean, how many kids did you have with you, R2? With the crew?
$7.95.
Just the two of us.
Just the two of you?
Yeah. Or me and my wife, and then my two kids. Sorry. Yeah. Me and my wife and my two kids. So
it was the four of you.
After that, with drinks and popcorn and everything, like $96.
Wow.
Yeah,
this one says 38 there.
Lisa thinks you should go back for the popcorn bucket.
You should go back.
You keep bringing it back up.
I always regret not buying things. I'm toying with it now for $37.95. Maybe I can find it on Fleabay for much cheaper. But
did you get the Beetlejuice one, Mark?
No, I didn't get the Beetlejuice.
You passed up on that one, right?
No, I didn't get that one. No. Yep.
Yeah.
So, yep. But yeah, Lisa, you did read my mind. Yeah, I would regret because it is cool now that I see how it They should have had a better display, like to show how it folded up, like how pretty cool that is. But yeah, when you hit the $50, I guess you can buy it without the popcorn for 38.
I saw
guess
an
they have
ad
plenty
up
of these in
there for
stock.
15% off if you sign up. That's how they get you, right? You can get 15%.
Yeah, if you I think I've already used that one time before.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm sure you have.
But kudos to AMC, right? I mean, yeah, you know, these are, you know, fun things to do. Back in the day, they always had you know, posters that you could get in the movie theater for a while, and then the backpack. So yeah, it's smart for them to try to sell this stuff, but I don't think you're going to get.
Who was the Funko Pop?
That was the leader. Was that the leader? Yeah, it's the leader, but he doesn't look like the leader.
He's green. Wow.
He doesn't have a mutated head.
He's green, no mutated head, and then he has the goatee for some reason.
What?
That looks nothing like the character that we got in the final movie.
It's just some regular guy ate something bad at Taco Bell.
I wonder, because you know they reshot and they redid a bunch of stuff, and including stuff that you know, with that actor, maybe he looked different. Maybe Tim Blake Nelson looked different in early. Yeah. Well, because remember they released toys in McDonald's last July for this film.
Oh yeah, because it's been so delayed, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The toys came out last July in the McDonald's. So maybe maybe there's an older version of the character. Oh, look on the T-shirt down there.
Yeah. So here, the pillow is only $20.
It's kind of nice.
That's that wouldn't have been a bad buy. Oh yeah, see the leader. Look where he's got like a bigger head there. That might have got a
full head of hair, and he's got the goatee on the front. Yeah. So that's got to be pre-production or early production art that they had to repurpose. They changed what the character looked like later on.
Yeah, and so here they're going with just like a slightly elongated head, but no, you know, mutant Brainiac stuff coming out. Yeah. Yeah,
that's fascinating.
Wow. That's not a bad shirt there. Yeah. Captain America. Yeah, look, leader standee.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, so he has the big head there. Yep.
So they decided
like Norton,
mutated weird brain head instead of just oversized forehead.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's so I guess they're trying to. Oh, I guess they're trying to. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess maybe they're trying to make his head just a little bit taller there, but they should have elongated it even more. Wow. And different version of her. Yeah, she's got some kind of stick there. Yeah, there's Falcon. Now I know that's the new Falcon. Yeah, $15. Yep. That's. And the mug, the armored mug isn't bad. Yeah, so that's kind of like if you buy the drink or something. You buy the drink. Yeah,
textured rubber.
That's cool. Yeah, that's a cool mug.
It's kind of cool.
That's not bad. Yep. So so some interesting stuff there. Yep. But let's see, what else do they have? AMC. Oh, popcorn buckets. Let's see for popcorn buckets. Yep. Dog man, dog ball, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
And Brian Hepburn was saying,
I like the Nosferatu
coffin is pretty good.
That's really cool.
Brian was saying just buy the Marvel Legends shield. Yeah, I have like a really cheap shield from a cosplay costume, but you probably if you just spent the $100 on the real Marvel Legends shield.
Mark, why have you never done cosplay for us on here? Come on.
Yeah. Gonna get my Thing outfit on. Yep. Gladiator 10. Venom. Oh, you can still buy these, I guess. Yep. Oh, wow. Yep.
I really like that coffin. That coffin is neat.
Yeah. Nosferatu. Oh, that's $40 too. Wow, that was an expensive one. Yep. Yeah. That's creepy.
Ooh. Yeah,
so you can still buy these things on online. Yep. So I'm always enabling here. So always fun to do that. Yep.
I'm really curious if they've got an action figure for the leader with that
The
different
original
design.
one?
Because I wonder what.
Yeah,
I looked
I
on
wonder.
Target and I didn't see it.
You didn't see it? Oh.
They had other characters, but not that one.
Yeah.
I didn't do my
That's
Target
really
stop
strange.
tonight. I could have looked.
Yeah, I'm seeing that same Funko Pop.
Right.
But yeah, I'm not seeing any of the leader action figures.
Yeah, here's the McDonald's set, right? Yeah, with the little guys here, yeah. But I don't see the leader on this one.
Nope.
When did these? Yeah, 2024. Yep. Yeah. It's like you're selling the merch and the kids, like we can't see the movie.
Well, wait, what's the pink haired character?
Let's see. Is that? Let me go
Looks
back.
like a redhead, doesn't it? I know. I don't know. Looks good.
Cascaval? That's a character that got cut from the movie.
Yeah.
Or is that in Spanish?
Well, we have. Interesting.
Number 5, Ruth. Yeah. I'm trying to see something in. Oh, Diamondback. You remember I mentioned Diamondback?
That was supposed
before?
to be Diamondback. Was supposed.
They have
to be
her in there.
Yeah, well, Diamondback. It makes sense if you're doing the Serpent Society. You got to have
Fascinating,
Diamondback. Yeah. What a great character! Yeah, and I should have recognized that with her costume. But yeah, Diamondback. Yeah, and then they were supposed to have Seth Rollins, and then Copperhead was supposed to be in this. Another actor. Wow, so they were gonna have Diamondback. Yeah, if you had a fleshed out Serpent Society, that would have been cool.
We did see Copperhead. He's the one that had the knockout fight at the beginning of the film with
Oh,
the
you
captain.
did see him.
Yeah, where he like suplexes him into the pews or
Oh,
whatever.
that was Copperhead?
That was supposed to be Copperhead. But yeah, it says December 2024 Marvel Johannesson was revealed to be part of the cast, and Salazar was reported to be playing Diamondback. So there was another character.
Diamondback was a girl, I hope, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Salazar.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, so that was another character that must have been just Rosa Salazar.
Wow.
Was supposed to be playing Diamondback, and she was cut from the film.
Totally cut from the movie, yeah. Oh, yeah. So this is Copperhead. Okay, yeah.
There was that clip that came out where he says, "Oh, I heard one of your ribs go," or something like that.
That's
the fight. That's supposed to be Copperhead. And they never name him, but that's who he's supposed to be.
Oh God! And I've read all the comics and had no idea that was Copperhead. Yep. Yeah, Seth Rollins was completely cut too. Yep. Oh, Donnie's headed out. Good night, Donnie. Great to see you. Yep. I hope
Donnie.
Cobra Kai was awesome. Cobra Kai never dies. Yep. So I think we've had our fill of Captain America, but yeah, it's a thumbs down for me. I mean, I would watch it streaming. I mean, it's nowhere near as bad as Eternals or the Marvels or.
It could be much worse. I mean,
yeah, there's some good moments to it. Mackey's good, so I thought Ford was decent. I know you didn't think he was great in it, but I didn't think this movie deserves hate. I think it's just an example of what happens when you have too many cooks in the kitchen.
It is mediocre.
Yeah.
And that's not great.
No, it should be phenomenal. Oh, here, that's a Rosa Salazar's Diamondback. Yep. Is that her? That doesn't look anything like Diamondback.
I think that's her in
in Alita Battle Angel.
Yes,
right?
Alita, that's it. Yeah, Alita. Wasn't coming to me.
Oh, hey, awesome. Tom is here.
What movie did you guys watch? This thing was horrible. It wasn't even a movie.
We've been going over it for a while.
And it was a culmination of everything wrong with everything. Oh, sure, you put me over here now because
That's all right, Tom. I'm going to leave to go eat. So no, I'm just kidding.
Nah, I just came in for a few minutes to give you guys shit because I was listening in the background. I'm like, what the hell? You guys are making excuses for this garbage?
The whole plot line thing. That's why I asked you guys.
Yeah.
I was been chomping at the bit for you guys.
Oh, the
for
plot
me to
was
slide
horrible,
that in. I just didn't get the whole. What was the?
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
well, you explained it to me. The whole premise.
The plot is actually pretty simple, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's simple.
Yeah.
President
What, we were talking about this, Tom. What do you think? I think in this original cut of this movie, because we were talking about who the villain is of this piece. I think that originally the real villain of the piece was supposed to be Ross.
Yeah, and it still technically is America vicariously through Ross. Yeah.
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 And I barely watched the movie. I skimmed through the son of a bitch, and I still understood most of it. But I was just like, this is a waste of time. This is just more of the same crap. This isn't even a movie. It's a sequel to a show nobody watched. It's just a bridge to get us from point A to B. And it's like,
but the paint by numbers is a paint by numbers.
It is, but it isn't, because it's such a mess from the reshoots and the edits that there's so much that doesn't even make sense to the point where it does.
They said they didn't have any reshoots.
Well,
there was only one reshoot. They only did one.
It's a paint by numbers that's out of order, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you have Tim Wuthitspace, who played the leader, saying, "Yeah, I don't know, but I shot this movie twice." Yeah.
Well, as we've now seen, there are action figures and Funko Pops that have a completely different looking leader than what we got in the film.
Well, not only that, like a third of the McDonald's toys that came out a year ago aren't even in the movie.
Yeah, we just got there. We were just talking about that. How there's there's a Diamondback.
I get it. You guys are
character.
trying to look at the positivity of this, but I mean, in the words of Klobby, I mean, this is a piece of shit. Like I'm sure he would be like, "What is wrong with you, Mark? This is garbage."
I was curious too, Mark, that they didn't bring all
This
the
is one
people
I don't think he'd pull any punches at all. Sorry.
No, you're right. That they didn't bring in the head guy from the Serpent Society because they were were they worried that it was going to get flack from Cobra? I mean,
here's what Klobby would
when you
play.
showed the
What would you call it? Captain America, bland new girl.
Yeah. Here's what Klobby would play.
It just doesn't matter.
Right? It doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter.
Come on, everybody with me. It just doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter. I'm trying to be nice too, but
No, I know. I'm just picking it.
I think, but it could have been. There's parts here. Then Mackie is better than I think. Deserves a better movie too. But you just got to have the real Captain America. This stuff with the Falcon.
Or Tim Blake Nelson. That's the guy I was trying to think of. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. It never worked in the comics, and it just doesn't. It just doesn't have that magic to it. So that's what's just so disappointing. And as my wife said when she was watching that, she was so confused. And we went with the Valentine's Day date with another couple, and out to dinner, and she was asking all kinds of questions. I'm trying to answer. I'm like, yes, none of this made any sense.
Yeah,
in terms of the characters, how it flowed, and
it's just so disjointed. It's incoherent at some parts. You just wait. How did they get here? Why? Wait. How did he know that was going to happen? Oh, well, the leader knew. Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. So and the leader could be such a cool character, and I didn't even recognize that as Diamondback there, which is hysterical. So Ruth and Diamondback
with the danger hair. I like that.
Ruth is what a totally miscast character too. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. So, So Tom, you actually went to see this, or you found a way to watch it?
Someone sent me a link and I clicked on it, and it happened to be this movie.
Oh,
but I was so upset that somebody would do that to me. So I skimmed through a lot of it.
Yeah.
Watched a lot of the Hulk part mostly, and some of the other bits and pieces here and there that looked like they might be somewhat interesting, but I watched enough of it to get the gist of the movie. And it just was like, this is barely even a movie. This is just to get at these characters from one spot to another, basically, and get adamantium into the world, and that's about it.
Yeah, and they didn't do anything with the Serpent Society. Yeah, we had Rose Salazar, was as Diamondback. Yep, she's as retro guys saying. Yep, how could they cut her? Yep. Yeah, there was nothing.
Lisa, I'm not condoning piracy, but if you do decide to go that route, use Surfshark and the code Midnight.
Yeah, right. Oh, yep. So yeah, there's lots of ways to see, or just wait till streaming comes out. We'll just wait.
Yeah, it'll be on friggin' Disney Plus in 2 months.
I know. Nosferatu is going to be on Peacock, I think, already next week or something.
Yeah.
I have my Blu-ray before I know it.
Oh,
wow. Yeah, quick. Yep. So, all right. Well, I think so thumbs down from all of us, but yeah, Tom came in and gave us some rationality. I'm trying to
well, before I came in here, we did the MCU tier list.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Do you guys want to see how it ranked out?
Sure. Yeah.
This was in the F tier.
Let me put that on here. Yeah, let's see here. I'm gonna make it full screen so everyone can. Let me take that.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Enough there. There we go. I got that full screen. Okay.
So we got A tiers: Iron Man, Captain America, Avengers, Winter Soldier, Guardians, Civil War, Infinity War, No Way Home, Deadpool, Wolverine.
I'd take No Way Home off that. I'd drop No Way Home to a B, but that's just me.
And then B tier was Hulk, Thor, Avengers: Age of Ultron, Ant-Man, Doctor Strange, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Thor, Ragnarok, Avengers, Endgame, and Guardians 3. And trust, I don't agree with all these either, Mark. Not everybody's
okay. Yeah.
And then we got Iron Man 2 and Homecoming and Black Panther and Ant-Man and Wasp on the C tier. And on the D tier, we got Iron Man 3, Dark World, Far From Home, Black Widow, Doctor Strange 2, Quantumania. Then the big old fat F tier is full of just about every movie that's come out in the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Except for the 2 exceptions. The 2 or 3 exceptions, anyway. Captain Marvel, Shang-Chi, Eternals, or Eternals, as our good buddy used to call it.
Eternals, yep.
Love and Blunder, and Wakanda Forever and Never. The Marvels, and this movie.
I'd agree with most of it. Yeah, I think this list is pretty. That's a pretty good job by the audience to tier that. Yeah, a couple things I would move around.
It's a panel in the audience. Yeah, and you're more than welcome to pop on, Mark, one of these times.
Oh yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Yeah, it was Wakanda.
I send you the link. I don't know if you've been seeing it.
For the did you send me the link tonight?
I've sent it the last 3 times we've done it, or 4 times, or whatever. Yeah.
Oh crap! Where did I not see that?
It's on X.
Oh, what am I doing here?
Oh.
Oh, you did send. Okay. Oh, actually, I was on tonight. I was on with.
No, that's fine. I was just.
Yeah. No, but yeah, don't. I always appreciate. No, I always.
And I know you'd have to leave early, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I definitely.
But we try not to go too late. This was one of our bigger shows, though. This was took forever because everybody's arguing about the last middle ones, but like.
And
the audience did get to decide some of them, though.
Yeah, so here, let's go. Of course, we always remember our buddy Clobber Tom. So, of course, I've got spreadsheets. So, here's Clobby's list.
Charts.
I got charts. So, here's Clobby's list of all his movies in order. And I've got my list and Retro Blast because we did a show together. So, Clobby's Captain America Winter Soldier, Infinity War, Avengers, Iron Man, First Avenger, Age of Ultron he really liked. That was his number 6. Endgame 7, Civil War 8. And we gave him flack for that. But Guardians of the Galaxy. And this was on one of the shows you can watch who we did this. Yep. Doctor Strange 10, Guardians 11, No Way Home 12, Guardians 2 13, Ant-Man 14, Thor 15, Hulk 16, 17 Ant-Man and Wasp, Spider-Man Homecoming 17, Ragnarok, which kept going down his list as the time went on. Multiverse is 20, Spider-Man Far From Home 21, Thor The Dark World 22, Iron Man 2 and 3. I actually liked Iron Man 3. I have that higher up.
I did too.
I had it as my number 11. Black Widow, Quantumania. It was his 26. The Marvels 27. Black Panther 28. I don't like Black Panther. Shang-Chi, I liked a little bit better. He's got that as 29. Love and Blunder 30. Captain Not Marvel 31, Eternals 32, Wakanda Forever 33, and I had the Fantastic Four up there for us to review. But Tom, was that toy that you had posted actually a toy from the Fantastic Four?
I don't know. Some people are claiming it's fake, but I've seen it in a few other places now, so I'm starting to wonder if it isn't real.
Because I was gonna answer you.
I honestly don't friggin' know now. Because I've been trying not to post things that aren't real, but I get stuff, and sometimes I trust people, but then they aren't always sure. And then somebody on a comment said it wasn't real, so I was like, okay, maybe it's not real, and it's going around other places. But now I've seen it other places, so I don't know. And I've seen other pictures, so I'm not sure if it's
let me pull up your Twitter. Let me pull up your.
Actually,
Twitter.
I deleted it because I thought.
Oh, you deleted. Okay,
I did because I thought it was fake. But now here, let me see if I can find the other pictures of it. Maybe you guys can decide. Because I'm not 100% convinced either way.
It was so horrible. It was so horrible.
That's the thing, is it looks bad enough to be real, but it's not bad enough to where it's like fake, doesn't look fake. It looked real. So I'm not 100% convinced either way.
Our friend Clobberin Times passed away on. Well, he my show was June 11th that night. I'll never forget. And he never missed any of these Sunday Night Geekeries ever, and so he had a heart attack and passed away that week in June. But he, towards the end of the show, like, well, Clobby, Mike hasn't like, where the heck is like, he's the one guy that
You and I were. I was thinking that too, Mark, that night.
Right?
It was
like,
weird.
Like, I didn't answer Tom today. I just saw the link, But thank you, Tom. But like, he would always say, like, "Oh, buddy, I'm going." He would always go see his parents' house. He's like, "Hey, buddy, I'll be a little bit late tonight. Maybe I'm gonna." I'm like, "Don't worry about it. Go see your mom. Or, if you're late, oh, I'll be there." And
He'd
like,
do the same thing for Mead,
Yeah, for Mead, he would do the same, or anyone that Loki show, whoever show. It didn't matter who you were, he would always be there, or he'd say something, or he'd like, we had the messenger app, like, DMing each other, and he's like, the message in the morning, my heart sank. I'm like, oh, this is Jonathan. I'll give me a call when you have a chance. I was like, oh shit, something happened to Mike, because he would never, you'd always hear something. So that was June, unfortunately, this year. So or last year, I should say. Yeah. But great guy. We love him. Yeah.
It was a tough time for the community too, because everybody loved Clobby.
Yeah, and he would have loved to see Deadpool and Wolverine. Yep, he would have enjoyed that.
I think he would have enjoyed a lot of bits of that, but now this movie, I'm not so sure.
No.
In fact, I think he would have been much harsher than you guys were. Was my point. Like, I'm curious what his name would have been for this. That's what I would really love to. So I'd love to see you guys out there in the chat help us come up with what you think his name, because he always had the greatest nicknames for these movies every time, and I've adopted almost every one of them. Like Eternals and Love and Blunder, and
as I'm reading the name, I'm giving his name, all credit to Clobby for coming up with those names, like Black Panther. I think he was it Black Panther Wakanda Forever, or was it
one of this? I think that was Wakanda Forever. Yeah,
Wakanda Forever. Yeah. So
or Wakanda Never or something like that. He said he was always so clever with them, and I'm curious what he would have come up with this one, but. Like First Steps. I wonder if he would have called it like Baby Steps, because he probably would have been like, "Well, it's a step in the right direction, so I guess it's baby steps." I could see him saying something like that, maybe, because he would be like, 3 out of 4 ain't bad. He would say something like that. I know he would not be on board with Pedro at all.
Oh God, no, he doesn't.
Pedro's awful.
And then the thing with the Silver Surfette, he would not be too probably happy with.
And we talked about that a little bit.
Did that come out before he passed?
That came out. Yeah, it was not
which
happy
is sad
with
because that it's kind of messed up, because I don't know if you heard if you guys know of him, but the artist Xevious, however he says his name. Yeah, I always use his Silver Smurfette art whenever we talk about the Silver Surfer.
Surfer, yep.
Yeah. So it's real sad. I just heard that he passed away from cancer.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Half cancer, yep.
Who did?
Xevious.
An artist.
Xevious did?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I just found that out like earlier today. Or
that sucks. Yeah.
I know who he is. Wow.
You know, I done, and Mike wanted me to do a joke shirt like Eternals, and I'm trying to look for the artwork that I'd made. I made during one of the shows. Let's see, do I have in my overlays or I think it called it like I went to the movie and all I got was this lousy T-shirt. Like he had the idea. It's like, Mark, can you do it? Can you do this or whatever? Yeah. Let's see if I have it in. Where did I hide that? Yeah. Let's see. It's somewhere. Somewhere here. The Eternals.
Well, you were telling me he also has had quite the T-shirt collection, which reminds me of me.
Oh, massive T-shirt collection. Yeah, God, he'd love those T-shirts. Yeah, E-turd. Let's see if I do a search for E-turd. Eternals. Let's see. I think that's what I called it. Yeah, it's somewhere on my hard drive. Yep.
My dad man gave me that one.
Well, that's right here. Make you full size there. Yep.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
See
Remember
the
that was
size.
on the
You see
table.
the size difference.
Yeah. That was on the table there. Yep.
Yep.
So, yep. Yeah. God bless him. Yep. Oh, here we go. I found. I had that. Yep. Let's see. Open location. There we go. Let's see here. I'll just.
Yeah, you still got me.
Oh, I'll switch it, Dave. Yep. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Maybe he call it Captain. Maybe he call it Captain Anti-American. Burn down the world.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah. Here's. Let's see if I get this on the right. There we go. I survived a viewing of Marvel's Eternals, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt. That Hungry was. I think back then we were showing this. Yes, Hungry Boy did the art for that the Clabone that we used to play as a joke when something was really really bad. Yep, this is the Clabone, and yeah. So I think we did a few versions. Yeah. Yeah, we're just having fun with it. Yeah. So if I would have viewed the Eternals, all I got was this. He's like, "Can you print a T-shirt?" He never did the T-shirt, but that would have been funny. We had gotten that. Yep. All right. Well, why don't we talk about something good for a few minutes, right? Let's talk about some Cobra Kai.
Never dies.
Never dies, right?
I thought never dies.
I thought it was awesome. I thought it was a great way to end the series. We'll do, I guess, minor spoilers, I guess, for people. So let me put the spoilers on. But yeah, I'm sure if you hadn't had a chance to watch it, we don't want to ruin it. But I think what did you guys think? I thought it ended on a pretty darn good note in terms of writing and character arcs being resolved. And
I think this last season would have been served better had they just done it as a normal 10-episode season like the last 5, because that's my only real complaint, is that it felt a little over bloated and complicated and convoluted with the Saikai Taikai shit stretched out into 15-episode arc. And not only that, these episodes were longer episodes than what we normally would get anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So like you basically compound that problem. And then my only other complaints are just personal things that they didn't, like certain characters they didn't necessarily work in, but I felt it stuck the landing. And the best part is it wasn't a setup for the stupid movie coming in a couple months. So, I mean, I hope that movie's good, but I have very little faith in it.
Okay. And Eric K is here, and I missed that Eric K was in the chat. Hey, Eric K. And you've got.
And I'm so sorry, Eric K. I had your thing on screen and I didn't read it. That was my fault. I've been so out of it this last week. So you'll have to forgive me, man. And I'm really, really sorry. But thank you for the support, man. Appreciate it. I missed a super chat from Eric K at the last minute.
Oh, no. Oh, that was one thing that Mike hated so much. I remember when, like, God damn it, I missed the super chat, at the end.
Me too. I hate that. Oh, God, yes. I feel like it's so horrible.
Yeah. And of course, Eric K says, no worries, of course, yep.
I
if
know,
you want
but I'm still
you've got the
worry.
link, Eric. If you want to come in and yell at him, you can. But
feel free, please.
And so it wasn't horrible like the ending of Game of Thrones. Did R2? Did you watch and get a chance to watch Cobra Kai?
Yes, I went through and binged the whole last few episodes yesterday. So yeah, I really enjoyed the last few episodes. I thought they did a great job wrapping up the story and wrapping up various different threads. I think you're right, Tom. I think there's some characters that maybe you would have liked to seen a little bit more of, and to see kind of what happened with them after the fact. But they had a lot to squeeze in. Of course, they, like you said, they kind of spread stuff out over these 3 groups of episodes, and some of the episodes were even a little long. So it seemed like they should have had the time to really wrap up more stories for the characters. But overall, I thought they did a great job in wrapping up the show and really giving a satisfying ending to the overall story and to the central characters of it. I liked where they went with Johnny's character, where they went with Daniel's character in the end, and allowing them to kind of finish their arcs together. And yeah, I thought it was really good. The show's had a lot of up and downs, but like you said, I think they stuck the landing. It really did wrap up well.
I mean, at least with characters that have been introduced, I know I've heard rumors that they're going to have some spin-offs possible. So at least you got that going for you. What I was talking about is spoiler. So this is like kind of the most spoiler thing I'll say right now. They didn't have Julie show up. And that I felt was a big, huge missed opportunity. And there was like half a dozen places that they could have brought her in. And I even thought they set her up. Julie Pierce, which would be the next Karate Kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's her face? I can't think of the actress's name, but I can remember the character's name. That's so sad. Yeah. That was my only other complaint. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, and then Dave, have you seen it, Dave, or in court? Did you get a chance to watch this, Dave, or?
No, I have not.
Courtney hasn't. Okay.
But my nephew has been wanting to, and it's not kid friendly, is it?
How old is your nephew?
8. His name's Kai, so he likes, all the stuff he sees the show.
I mean, it depends on the kid, I guess. I mean, obviously, use your best. I don't think it's that bad, and there's a couple, obviously, some scary themes for adults.
My brother would let him watch it in a second. It's more my sister-in-law.
I think it's all rated TV 14. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, he can watch that, I'm sure.
There's the occasional swear. There's some like bodily injury, but it's not like gruesome. It's like a broken arm or a broken leg, and
they don't show it because I was cringing at that too because I hate watching that stuff. So I'm like, oh God, don't show that, because they basically telegraph what's going to happen. In these episodes, when something bad's going to happen.
Sure.
So, let me pull some photos over. And Dave, did you get a chance to?
You guys are gonna be mad, but I haven't watched this series.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
Well, you have something really enjoyable to start with, and you got the whole package from beginning to end, and they stick the landing, so you don't have to worry about being disappointed by the ending.
Yeah, everybody seems to really enjoy it. I know Nick Weiser liked it as well. So maybe it is something I'm going to have to go back. And of course, I remember the original. So somebody mentioned Pat Morita in the chat. But I was kind of surprised I didn't go back. Now, who streams this?
So this is Netflix.
Yeah,
that's why I don't have Netflix.
It had a few different distributors along the way. So it started as a YouTube Red series back when that was a thing.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
One of like 3 shows that YouTube had. Yeah.
Yep. And they did a couple of seasons there, and then it went over and it's on Netflix now.
But I remember all the hype when it first came out. Everybody was so excited, and then I just
what the funny thing was,
with it.
I watched some of it on YouTube or YouTube Red. And I thought it was phenomenal, but no one was talking about it until it hit Netflix. Mm-hmm. So when that YouTube Red fell apart,
it's because YouTube Red was a bomb. Yeah,
it's a total bomb.
Yeah, and I watched it too, and yeah, it was. I almost kind of there's part of me that wishes it would have stayed smaller, but I could be wrong. But yeah.
And John said, Hillary Swank is her Karate Kid version. Yep, Swank.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Claude is in the house. Hey out to Claude, and he finished Cobra Kai and watched it down with Resident Alien. So Saturday night I sat down with my wife. We ordered some pizza. And we're like, oh, we'll watch a couple episodes. We watched all 5 episodes.
Yeah,
the whole night because we couldn't. It just was so good. And yeah, a lot of the problem a lot of these series have is they're stretched out because they've got extra time to work with that they don't really need. So, but I think these last 5 episodes were so good that that it worked out. That it didn't matter that much. And breaking it into these 3 sections, I think there was like in the middle parts that we kept saying there's a lot of padding, and then they had the tournament at the end. It was really good, and the Kreese is phenomenal. I mean, he's just so good. And I saw him at Comic-Con. He's an imposing figure. Almost age 70.
And I think maybe I could have done without the 10 minutes worth of man tears in that one episode, but it was all right.
Yeah. The sun's not on many episodes in this third half.
I can say this much for the show, like, and here's proof that there's a little too much padding. My buddy used my Netflix to finish watching the show.
Yeah,
like my best friend growing up, I've known since forever, and he didn't watch the first 2 episodes because he didn't go into a new profile to start watching it, and I'd watched 2 episodes and I had to go to bed, so I had to finish the rest of it. He only watched the last 3 episodes, and he texts me and he goes, well, that's bullshit. We only got 3 episodes. I thought it was supposed to be 5. So he didn't say shit about not understanding anything that was going on.
Right.
So that right there told me that nothing happened in those 2 episodes that really fucking mattered. That means, because to him, it just was a time jump from the last episode he saw, and everything made sense. He's like, oh, clearly they had the baby, all this other stuff. So he didn't question any of that shit. But again, I love the show. I'm not trying to knock it at all. That's the only thing I can complain about is this last season. It did feel like overbloated, but then yet you act like you didn't get, because this was what really upset me about the Hilary Swank thing is they said they talked to her, but they couldn't find a way to work her into the story or something like that, or negotiate a way into the story.
Oh, they could have found a way.
That's BS. Like, there's half a dozen times I could have told you, because if you haven't ever seen the movie, if you know anything about her character, she is more aggressive than Daniel ever was. Like, that's her problem.
Yeah,
like, she knew karate. He needed to teach her balance big time. And that was the whole thing with Miyagi, and the balance with Julie, because she was completely out of whack. It wasn't that she needed to learn karate. And that's where I thought she could come in with either Johnny or the kids every time that, they kept talking about the imbalance, especially when you got 2 extremely different types of karate. Well, that makes sense to bring in somebody like Julie. And I think it was even in the 2nd or the 3rd season, I thought they set it up because they have the scene where Daniel's daughter and Robbie are doing the koi pond balance beam thing on the table thing, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, and they get knocked off. Yeah.
He says it's been a long time since there's been 2 students in this dojo. Now, he could have been referring to his daughter and son, but I got the impression that his son was never interested in karate and never really took it. So, like, I thought he meant him and Julie were taught by Miyagi. They were taught that. But I don't know. I guess you can interpret however you want to interpret it. Well, now the show's over. So, yeah.
You could have gotten her character. And I mean, they figured out how to get Elizabeth Shue in for one episode, which is
they said that they would have definitely met at his funeral. So we know even if he wouldn't have met, they wouldn't have met prior to that. They said that they would have met at the funeral because they were asked, do they know each other?
Yeah. Yep. And Claude says, William Zabka. He's great. I think the show, what I love about the show, it's the Johnny show in a lot of ways.
And actually, I thought that was a setup for them to actually meet at they have a funeral flashback and have them meet there. But anyway, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
That definitely could have worked. Oh, yeah, this was hysterical when give the kid X-Lax so he wouldn't complete the quest.
So this was the middle, or this was the first part of the season, wasn't it?
I'm just doing IMDb. I'm just flipping through.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
I did like that in the end. It is the show was called Cobra Kai, and for a long time it was all about Daniel, and it was really focused on his school, his teaching as a sensei, and everything that was happening with him and his background and his family. But then at the end, it wrapped back around. This is a show about Cobra Kai, and we get to see it at the end. There's a reason the show's called Cobra Kai, and we get to see Lawrence actually making good on his arc there at the end. So
Yeah, that final scene. I'm going to do minor spoiler. If you don't want to, don't listen for 30 seconds or close your ears. It's not a huge, huge spoiler, but they have a flashback to Johnny when he's not Ralph Macchio when he's catching the fly with the chopsticks, and Mr. Miyagi. And the way they did that was with on the fishing line, and so and you got this flashback, and you do have a Miyagi flashback and a dream sequence we'll talk about, maybe allude to, but
I hated that
Johnny's
CGI.
Yeah, it was rough.
CGI was bad, but the message was great. CGI was bad.
Yeah. I like how because it does tie it back to the third film again, when that was kind of Miyagi's whole thing, is not to fight when there's no need to prove anything anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, let me just finish the fly thing. So all right. So don't listen for 20 more seconds if you don't want to know. It's just a fun thing. But so he's trying to capture the fly, and you're like, oh, he's going to capture the fly with the chopsticks again. And Johnny comes in, squashes the fly with his hands, and says, "No mercy." Splat. I got to clip that. And then the show, and I'm like, end it now. End it.
Yeah.
And the show credits roll, and you're like, perfect.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that
perfect.
was perfect moment. Because and Johnny has some of the best. Like I always say, I got to go back and clip some of the stuff like goggle this and not knowing how to use the internet, and like in the last scene, he's one of the last episodes. Johnny Macchio, they helps him to buy a house, and he's like, "Well, what's this tax bill? I paid the property taxes." And he's like, "You have to pay that every year." What do you mean you have to pay that every year?
I'll introduce you to an accountant. Is he going to send me bills too? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just and Oliver, the tooth fairy kick, so after knocking out Zara in the finals, and that girl I think is going to be a great actress too, because her martial arts is phenomenal in real life. The bad guy Zara.
Now, she was on some other show before this too, and I can't remember what it was. Somebody had told me, but
she's the real deal. She's like, if she had played that character in Cap and Falcon, but it might have been more believable.
A little bit more believable.
With her.
Well, and even the fact that they kind of get down to the point where even they have to admit that Daniel's daughter can't even really beat her, right? Like that's kind of what it boils down to, and she knows it. Right?
Yeah, and that actress, I do like the actress, Mary Mauser, but her karate skills are not good.
Not nearly as good as a lot of the other actors.
Yeah, Peyton.
Well, and I don't know if she had. I think I heard she had some issues or something. Like that's why she gained all that weight between the seasons. Like she's taking some medication or something. No, not hurt, but I guess she's got. I don't remember what some ailment that she has to take some medication for that actually makes her bloat, I guess, or something like that. But the other weird part is the chick, the Tory chick, I can't remember her name, but
Peyton List. I love her.
Peyton List. Yeah, she's the oldest one of the kids too. Like she's playing the youngest as far as her actual age gap. Like the rest of the kids are pretty close to their actual ages, what they're playing. But she's much older. I remember from looking because I think she's
she's born in '98. I'm saying,
yeah. So she's even older than my kid. Yeah.
But she's great. She, that's these characters help make well-rounded characters help make the series so successful. And Zolo, how do you say his last name? Margarina? I can't. Cholo. Yeah, he's gonna be a star, I think.
Well, that's the beauty of it too, is that the three main kids, when it's all said and done, are still connected to Johnny. Oh, we lost Courtney.
Courtney. Yeah, she's on the cell phone sometimes. I'll wait for the ding to pop back. Yep.
Yeah. Oh no, she's leaving.
Oh, she had to leave. Oh, sorry.
Oh, take care, Courtney.
Good night, Courtney.
But yeah, the beauty of it is that all three of the main kids are connected to her more so than Daniel, like you said, bringing it back around full circle that this is still technically Johnny's show and not the Daniel and Johnny show so much anymore. Which that's what it's supposed to be, right? And he's there in a supportive role more so in the last few episodes than he is in the more direct role.
Yeah. Oh, and she's diabetic. Yeah, that can really affect her.
Is that what it was? I knew it was something, but yeah.
Take care, Courtney.
Yeah.
And she's gorgeous too. This Courtney is also gorgeous. Yep. So I gotta watch her. I'm watching the show. I keep saying how cute she is. Sitting next to my wife. Yep.
Always awkward, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a lovely woman. She's very
Cholo
attractive.
is yeah. But all these kids had great arcs and great, as they broke up their character, or gave them their little moments,
And they even got penis breath in during the last
Yeah,
episode.
in the end, they got penis breath. Yeah. And Claude says, "My wife and son are black belts. I hated hitting people, so I'm a transparent belt." That's Claude for you. Yep. And they had a nice arc with the mom and the asking to get married. Typical Johnny, and then he's he's got all these cheap things and the suits, but he finally gets it right in the end, and that's what I love.
And it
about
still
his
gets
character.
fucked up on him. Yeah.
Yeah, then he brings the band into the hospital. Yeah, so she goes to labor. And they get married while she's in labor.
And did anybody notice it was "Take My Breath Away," not from Top Gun, of course, which is his whole thing earlier with the Iron Eagle versus Top Gun thing. So
all the 80s music always.
Yeah, but anyhow, no, I love it. It's got a lot of great moments, and again, Johnny, which was the whole lead into the show to begin with. And now you're getting back to the early seasons here.
Yeah, this is just I don't know what kind of order this is in, but let's see.
You must have come back around.
It's only on 45 of 1600.
Yeah. Well, that one main bad guy, now you got the dude from Mortal Kombat. He was pretty badass in it, and the whole thing with Johnny getting his chance at one last shot of glory, and it was just. They did stick the landing. And again, my only nitpicks are mostly personal bullshit that I can't hang up on the show. Like, I can piss and moan about Julie all day long, but whatever. Otherwise, as long as this wasn't a big setup to a mystery box opening up in the Miyagi movie.
Oh, I was real worried that we were gonna move into these last couple episodes, and then there was gonna be something that was like, oh wait, now you got to see the movie to
that
find
resolution
out the
was
rest of it.
kind of dumb, but at least it was better than it dragging out into some other kind of weird thing. That
And they had a nice flashback with Johnny going back in time to his mom's grave. So there's all well-rounded character moments where you build the character up. From a down point, unlike a Ray character who's always invincible. So I thought that scene was really well done. They mentioned Ed Asner's father, of course. Ed Asner passed away in real life, right?
Yes, but he's mentioned.
He's mentioned. Yeah, he's mentioned. Yeah,
they didn't kill him. They didn't kill him. No, he just
they didn't kill him. I don't want to pre-dead anyone.
Well, they already had it kind of set up, which kind of worked for the show. Is that remember the last time he was on the show, he gave him the money or whatever that he needed, and he's like, I don't ever want to see you again, or whatever it was
for the dojo, right? Yeah.
And they hadn't really. I think they brought him back one more time after that, if not, that was the last time you see him anyway.
I think so. Was that his last acting role? Period. I wonder.
I think so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think he might have done a voice for something but whatever. I
think that last time they brought him back, he was Johnny went to him to pay him off, basically tell him, here's everything I've ever borrowed from you.
Yeah.
And I never want to see
That's
him
what it was.
again.
Yep. That's what I meant. Yeah. So they kind of already had it set up that way. And then this was just a throwaway thing of like, not to spoil the scene. I'm not going to say what happened, but it's just, I went to talk to him and I got this done, blah, 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 move on.
They do mention him. Yeah. So they did
maybe he wasn't a total asshole, right? that was the whole point.
And at the end, so another minor spoiler, the tournament keeps going on. So there's a tie. This is all made up karate tournament anyway. So they've got to fight. The senseis have got to fight.
Which is kind of at first when I heard it, I'm like, oh no.
Wait, you said the senseis have to fight each other?
Yes.
Yeah, because I thought
because they have a tie.
Yeah, I was like, what is this gonna be like? And then it turns out like the way they made it work out, if it's fine. Like I don't know how much spoilers you want to get into.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, people haven't had a chance to watch it, so very minor. But yeah, so Johnny has got to fight the other badass dude from and Johnny's scared of him too. He's like, he's bigger, faster, stronger, younger. But the other ridiculous thing is too, like they got to fight tomorrow, so they do this fantastic training montage.
Rocky montage.
Yes.
Oh, I loved it.
And I know how much you're into Rocky 4 and Rocky 3 with Mr. T and Drago and all. But you know the one I love? The good old original.
Oh, it was so good. That's it. The only crazy they should have said like you got to fight in a week or you got to meet in a week or something.
Yeah, it felt a little off the wall, and I'm just like, ooh, this could not go well. And then at least they stuck the landing with it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because it's TV, but they're doing this training montage, and they're running down the street. Then there's two people there, and the funny thing was like even before that scene started, I'm like, Maureen, I'm like, this is like kind of just like Rocky. They're copying Rocky, and then they're running down the street, Machio and Zach.
Well, and it's such a meta thing. If you know, you know, right? Like the director of Rocky made or directed Karate Kid. You know that, right?
Yeah. So they're cop. Yeah. So it's like it's okay. They're copying it and they're running down the street.
Well, it's just I love the joke. I don't know if you ever heard the joke that Ralph Macchio ever told when he was making the movie. He when he was talking about he was talking to Elvis and on the set, he was bitching because he was in the water, and he's like, I can't keep doing this scene. It's tearing up my feet. He's like, why? It says it's a little Rocky. He's like, yeah, that's what everybody's saying about this movie.
But I'm pumped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and this was a great scene with Martin Cove and Johnny. Yeah, here is
there was a couple of great moments between
that
them.
Was a great moment. Yeah, great lines, great writing, and you really feel for the characters too. And they're real people, right? They're just really great. Yeah, and this is later. These are clips from the show. Later series. Yeah, that's the scene with his mom. That's a flashback talking to his dead mom and saying I'm a loser and can never get a break. And yeah, that one moment.
His whole story. We got into a fight at an Applebee's and they have these things called HD cameras now, and never mind. I was dying laughing during that.
Oh my God, that was so good. I mean, that was just and he's a great actor in this. He's just so good. And that whole point of view of Johnny Lawrence, as maybe not being the bad guy, right? As we were joking about USA agent.
Johnny is like the modern Archie Bunker.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
He's lovable. He means well. He says stupid shit, but it's not because he's doing it from a place of necessarily. And sometimes it is pure spite and bigotry, or however you want to put it. But other times it's just pure out of naivety, right? Or however you want to put it, or ignorance, right? Like, and we love him for that because he's just pure Johnny. He's always on. He never lies to you, right? Because that's the thing is like the two of them by the end of this show, and that's the beauty of it is they trust.
Yeah, and this
each
is that
other.
scene at the end, right? Yeah, this is the scene at the end with Cholo. Yep.
And when you get him back in the dojo, no spoilers here, but back in the dojo with some students at the end, and he's back, he's like, he's going to be this changed Johnny, right? He's going to be changed and Cobra Kai is going to be different. And then he's walking through talking to the students and making fun of their glasses and telling them they're scrawny and they're pussies.
Yeah, he's like, Miguel, he's a world champion, right? Well, he was a dork when he came in here like this guy here, no offense.
Like this guy. And then, let's get these glasses. Get some new glasses if you're going to be
next
in
time
here.
when I see you, I don't want to see those glasses ever again.
Great writing, yep.
Yeah, it was perfect. It's like he's still Johnny. He's still him. He's still
Johnny.
But he does also change a little bit, right? Like, because he goes through the rules. He's like, I used to live. He goes, you can live by these rules, but you'll be, he gives the whole spiel, right? You know, like he does a great job because he has now changed and come full circle, but he's still Johnny. It's
still him.
It's and it is kind of like where Archie Bunker is where he's from in the original show to where he's at in the end of the show with at Archie's place, right?
Yeah.
Like if you know the show, you know what I'm saying. Like he's come a long way, and same thing with Johnny, but he's still the same old lovable guy we remember at the same time. So it worked so well. It's a perfect arc. It's a great piece, and I think he even directed at least one of the last episodes.
He did direct, a really good episode. Yeah, the third to the last episode, because the first episode looked a lot different. And my better half was saying, Maureen was like, this episode looks a lot different. So I looked up the directors, and it was a different and it only directed one episode of the series. Not that it was bad, but it just had a different feel to it. But he did direct a good really did a good job. And thank you, Max, for lurking and dropping a like.
Yeah.
Everyone hit that like button, but he doesn't want spoilers. So trying to keep them minor, but
trying, but it's hard. It's
yeah. This screenshot right here was my biggest complaint.
This was one of the
This
other
was the
things that I
dumbest
wasn't so
thing.
sure about.
It was the dumbest thing in the whole of this
All
last
right.
few episodes.
So can you name what toy they are wearing in this episode?
Yeah.
Laser
And
tag.
It's a laser tag. Yeah.
Laser tag with the vest. I still have
the
those.
laser tag
so
vest.
dumb. This
so
is the worst.
stupid.
Yeah, I agree
It's
with
stupid.
you, R2. This is the worst part of the show. It's like, okay, now this is so close to jumping the shark.
It was.
I mean,
close to
he might as well have
jumping
been wearing power gloves on his arms. I mean, it
But,
was
you know-
it was so silly.
But I don't know. I'm gonna pull my laser tag vest out of the closet and try it on and see if I can turn it into VR helmet.
It's so
I gotta
silly.
see you in a picture with a laser tag thing where it comes up to here on you. Mark.
Yeah, it does. It does come up to about there, Tom. You're right. Yeah, and I used to, back in the day when I was a little bit lighter. Yeah, a little bit better. But we used to play laser tag with my kids.
Oh yeah.
And, I played with my kid. I played
We
with
were
my
all
buddies
smaller
in
back
college.
then, dude.
Yeah, I played with my buddies in college, and they got in trouble. Actually, one of my friends, they had a laser tag club, and the cops got called on them, so they had to stop doing it because at Pace University. So
Yeah,
they
that
got
was such a
trouble.
big deal. I remember with that shit. After that kid got shot that time, that really fucked it up for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
now the guns look really, and then they came up with some new guns later that were like orange or totally like a toy, and they did work really well.
And the guy, that was stupid anyway, because the laser tag guns in the first place didn't even look remotely
No,
like real
they didn't.
guns. They look like shit straight out of Star Wars.
But I guess they were
did.
all
Or actually
black
more
with
like
red
Buck
stripe.
Rogers or something.
They were black
like
and
it.
gray. Yeah.
Yeah, so at
Unfortunately,
night
it's
or
just
something,
stupid. Yeah, it's just.
But it was a fun game to play though, because the sensor
Oh,
did
so
work.
much fun.
Yeah, because
Oh god, we used to play that shit, and that was the best part is when you play like right around dusk, because that was what made it challenging, because you couldn't just hide, right? Because they could see your little
Yeah, the
little
zing
thing
going back and forth.
So
yeah.
you had to be good. Yeah.
And then we had the hat too. I bought the hats. I bought everything, and I guess they still sell those. I don't know if they still sell those.
They
must
do
have
them,
a-
and actually now a lot of places you can go and just do them, like they have the facilities for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a couple of those around here until COVID, and then they all shut down.
because you don't get hit with the paintball at least. So that's
yeah,
that's better. Yeah,
yeah. A lot of those places switched over to that because it's a lot
Yeah.
more
You know,
safer and
yeah.
less
Yeah.
lawsuits.
Yeah, in retro, yeah, they did kind of jump the shark with that scene, yeah. And the other thing, Zap, his karate is pretty good too. Macho, I never thought was that good at karate.
Well, he was always kind of a
It's a little stiff.
lankier kid to begin
Stiff.
with, and then
he's not as much of a natural athlete.
no, he's never been the athletic type. Like Zapka, as far as I understand, he was an athlete in high school and everything like that because wasn't he a model initially before he started acting anyway and stuff like that? So he's always been one who. As far as I understand, he's always been in shape, and he knew karate when he was he was one of the kids that they hired because he knew karate or whatever.
Oh, knew karate, okay, yeah. Yeah, so his
So he
karate,
knew
just
some anyway, but
critiquing
yeah.
it, he's better, if I just, I think, Macho is a great actor, but you can just see the stiffness, like, who's Terry Silver, the actor who portrays Silver. I mean, he's an older guy, but his karate is
Do you
phenomenal.
realize that Terry Silver is only 6 months older than Ralph Macchio is in real life?
That wouldn't surprise me, right?
No, I shit you not. No, I've known this since because of part 3, and it's like we're supposed to believe this guy's the same age as fucking Kreese, but like, yeah,
because he
and
looks.
Kreese is like in his 90s here, and even still, and he's pushing it for some of the like. You can tell it's the poor
Yeah.
guy. You can totally tell it's the stunt guy in the scenes. But you're
Yeah.
right. He did such a, you could tell he worked out a lot for this show, right? Like, I mean, I got to give Martin
Yeah,
Cole full props for how good he
Oh, he's
looks for his
phenomenal.
age, man. Like, I wish
Oh.
I looked that good now.
Yeah, so I'm at Terrificon this year, and you're up next to him, and he's like, "Wow, he's a scary guy. You don't get a fight with him." And I think and his son was there too. His son was playing him as a younger version of him on the show too. I think that's his son too. Yep. So they were there together signing autographs. Yeah. So yeah, Thomasy and Griffith. Yeah, he's a great character. That's why this show works so well, because the villains have arcs, they have redemption, or they don't have redemption. But you're scared when they're fighting. Like you don't know what's going to happen, or you're worried about Johnny when he's fighting. Or
Well, Thomas Ian Griffith as an actor, I feel like never quite got his just dues or a chance to really, like, it was almost like they pushed him too far too fast. Like he jumped on the scene as a couple of bad guys in a few movies, Karate Kid 3 being one of them. And then they tried pushing him into like this Steven Seagal kind of thing, and it just didn't work for him. And, you know, he did a few other things here and there, and then he just kind of fell off the map. And I think he was like teaching or something like that when they picked him up for the show. Like he wasn't even acting anymore from what I remember a few years back from, I could be wrong, but like, or if he acts, it's very sporadically because like, yeah, I guess he was one of the tougher people to get to do the show because.
Oh, he just stopped acting, right? And he's great.
Well, not only that, this movie was one. You guys got to remember, like going back, like he got so trashed for the portrayal of the bad guy in that movie because he was so like he might as well have had a mustache and
he was practically
he was
his mustache.
and that's what I like this and that's where they got him to come back. And I remember that from an interview. They're like, they said, no, we're going to make sure your character gets the proper redemption. We'll make sure that we understand the reason why you're acting the way you were then. And they just chalked it up to too much cocaine. And it makes sense. Like he didn't really kind of very much. Yeah. And not only that, this guy is so hell bent on revenge at any cost, right? Like it's, and it works for the character. And they managed to make him, they redeemed him as an actor and a character in so many ways in this show. And I hope he gets more work out of this because he was an underutilized character. Because I just got Vampires again too, which is one of the few films he's in.
He's obsessed. He's obsessed with legacy and what he's going to leave behind, what he's going to be.
Well, and all these guys are actually, if you look at it, that's what every guy in this show is their thing. Kreese, him, Daniel, and Johnny are all worried about their legacies.
And it makes sense, and it, in terms of the writing and like as we're talking about how disjointed Captain
Well, and
America.
even that old was it China?
The sensei.
That's old sensei.
The sensei,
was he
the
Chinese
Japanese
or was he Cantonese or whatever he was? But
or Korean. I can't remember.
Was he, whatever it was, Korean. I can't remember. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be Korean. Actually,
Yeah, he was a scary badass character too. My God. I mean, and you're looking back.
And
at all
I fully
these
expected her to kill Kreese too in that scene. So sorry, slight spoilers, but because Kreese gets such an awesome exit. Kreese and Terry Silver's exit in this show is amazing.
phenomenal. It was
phenomenal.
It was real good.
Phenomenal.
It was great. No, it was great stuff. Great writing. Great ending to those characters. Yeah.
I thought they telegraphed it a little too much, but I
didn't care at that point. It was so much like that was such an earned moment. It's kind of like the ending of the show, right? Like even though it was rushed, like you said, like they literally get like a day to prepare for this thing. But like at the end, when you get to that moment and it happens, it's like, yes, this was the way it was supposed. And you know what sold it even more so?
Oh, this is his sister, real life sister, Julia.
I think so. I think so. Yeah, because it's that or it's his niece, one of the two.
Her niece,
his daughter. It's his daughter. I think it's his daughter.
I'm like, oh,
because he's got like a couple family members in the show.
I'm
actually,
like, oh, she looks just like,
and they all play LaRussos, if I remember right. But anyhow, like, what I was gonna say is it's not even the whole moment itself. The moment that sold it to me, and I'm sorry for the spoilers, but this was the moment that made the show. It was when Daniel was face to face with Terry, and when Terry realizes what Daniel has done.
Yeah.
And when he's sitting there pulling his Terry Silver bullshit, and then Terry realizes, oh, fuck, Daniel's a step ahead of me.
Yeah.
Shit. And then when he says Cobra Kai never dies, that moment was just like,
mic drop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mic drop. Yep. Oh, that was just so damn good. Yeah. I thought she was good on the show.
Because that was finally Daniel getting his comeuppance on him and all of the things finally just coming to a perfect pitch moment for me as a fan of these films for, 40 plus years.
And I'm actually glad it ended, right? Like sometimes where I want a series to keep going, or like Firefly, bad example, like got, a few episodes, but they've had the story here, right? And we've the characters all in a good place in the end, and maybe they will have a spin-off of Cholo or Peyton List or Robbie, maybe they'll do that in a few years.
We know we're probably getting a Miyagi prequel, but yeah.
Yeah, or something like that. I do want to comment on the dream sequence too. I think, being a dream sequence, you can kind of maybe forgive the CGI a little bit, but the CGI was horrible. On that, but the messaging
rough.
was the message. The tough part was the messaging was so good, and John, fighting back to back with the sensei. They did try to hide his face as much as they could, but then when he was speaking, did the AI his voice?
Yes,
it sounded like him.
And what's sad is there's enough scenes within the movies that you could have just played a montage there and not had to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I get what you're saying, because
yeah,
it's really the moment where Daniel realizes the number one thing that Miyagi's been teaching him this whole time, and that is, not to avoid fighting if at all possible, right?
Yeah.
And that's the big thing. And it's like, when your fight's done, you have nothing left to prove, right? Like,
yeah.
And there's so much more that goes into it than that. I'm just kind of simplifying it here, but when he has that realization, that's all you really needed, was that moment for him to have that realization, right?
Mm-hmm.
That big thing that Miyagi always tried to teach him, especially in the third film, because that's the key to this. And that's what I love about this series too, because the third film always got so much shit, and yeah, it is the least of the original trilogy, but I feel like there was a lot of things in that movie that people overlooked, and I felt like this series really tied up a lot of those bows, because that was a lot of what was going on with that movie. Was Daniel was so worried about, defending his title and his legacy then, even to where Miyagi's just like, you got nothing left to prove, kid. You're already the All Valley champion. You kicked the shit out of the guy that, bullied you and whatnot. You know, I mean, you fought one of the toughest guys I've ever seen in my life, and you won, right? Like, I mean, what more do you need to prove, man? Like, put your sword down, kid. Like, what have you been? Have you not heard anything I've told you from day one? Is, try not to fight, because like even like the belt thing was like, Mr. Miyagi is a very simplified kind of like, it's to avoid fighting at all costs. You don't notice that, like it's try to be, in a way, if anything, work your way out with words, because that's what Miyagi always does. But if it doesn't always work out that way, then you got to use karate when necessary. But like, and that's where I wasn't even sure about the whole, like, when we do get the reveal of what the whole mystery box was about.
Yeah.
The Miyagi mystery box, that they had.
Yeah, I was hoping it was something else, like because I still don't like kind of how it resolved. That's one of my only other complaints. It's kind of like, I get it.
Well,
but
with the necklace. I thought it was.
Yeah, I just still don't like the idea of Miyagi ever doing something like that.
Well,
Because
the problem
that's
was
the whole fucking reason he left Okinawa in the first place.
The only thing is, that's the article where he's he gets arrested. Isn't he arrested? So the article made him appear a lot more harsh than you would have.
But he still technically did do what it says. So, like, my point being is, when you left Okinawa in the first place because of that, regardless of what it was for. And Miyagi's the type of person where I don't think that there's anything. I need a little bit more of an explanation or something there, to where it just felt like it was kind of like nonchalant in the way that the message was passed along was. And that was even another moment where you could have brought in Julie, because maybe there was a connection there with her grandfather or something like that. Like, because that's how they knew each other from back in the war, and something that was connected with that. Like, and she was the one who filled in the last piece of the puzzle. But the way it happened in the show, I just felt like it was kind of like, oh, that's how you're wrapping that up? Okay, because it comes from his mother, and it's like, okay, I guess. I mean, it's a sweet scene.
But
at
the scene,
end,
the scene was really,
yeah,
that
the
was
sweet.
really
The
great.
scene is sweet, but like the way they wrapped up that other part with that scene, I didn't like. That was my point. Sorry,
like
I'm just nitpicking things here at this point.
It wasn't that terrible though, but it.
No. Like, I'm literally just like, because everything else was so good that. Yeah, it's tough.
And Miyagi could lose his control and temper at one point too, right? That was a necklace that was given to his mom. Was it his mom or his wife? Whose necklace was that? Was
it was
mom's
his
necklace?
wife's. It was his mom's necklace, I believe, but he gave it
and
to
then
his
give
wife.
it to his wife. Yeah. So, and back then you had a family heirloom that was like the value of your
and
family.
And he did mean it to be passed on. So, like, yeah, it is.
He could have lost his cool at one point too.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know though. See, that's my problem. Is, I mean,
yeah, I mean, I'm, of course he's not here as an actor too, so we can't have him explaining, like, if you if he was still alive, which would be, be way too old, but I mean, you could have had some really great scenes with Mr. Miyagi, and he's always looming over the series, which is so well done too. Pat Morita was just so great in that role, and God, that scene in that first Karate Kid movie where they explain how he got the Medal of Honor and how he was treated, and my God, that brings you to tears. I mean, the way, just such a great scene, and he's so well acted. So he's got a lot of rage inside of him too, but he's got to have the balance and control it.
I mean, I guess you could look at that as a catalyst for what made him the person he is, but at the same time, it just really, I don't know. Maybe I need to rewatch it again to kind of re-listen to the story. There was just something about it that just didn't sit that well with me. It just kind of like felt like we're wrapping up this storyline because we have to, and it's like, yeah.
And they wanted to have Miyagi, something with Miyagi there too. I think tied in, that could be a mystery to find out. Yeah, that's what they were. I think that's what they were going for. Yeah, this was just such a great surprise this series. And what was the Stingray?
Stingray comes back. Yeah.
They're listening to me. Like, this is great writing. Like, his mom calls. He's got to pick up something. Yeah. And then, like, he tells the kid to do jumping jacks. And, like, they're listening to me.
Yeah.
And he's still driving that Cobra Kai.
We're at full capacity.
Yeah. So, so it was just, you didn't, John, you didn't like the original Cobra Kai master in Okinawa. He showed up and present day was thinking he must be pretty damn old. Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of, and the whole like Kill Bill bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The 5-finger death punch shit. Like all that
which
stuff
really
I
added up
without, but yeah.
It added up to nothing.
That's what I mean. Like, it didn't really go anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, she kills him that way, but that's it.
And Chosen ending up with what was her name, with the assassin, or with her was interesting.
Yeah, ended back up with her. That was strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you would have thought that he would have ended up with what's the character, the girl from the second movie.
Oh no, they set that up already. So like that part didn't surprise me, and she was already one of those characters you could tell. Same thing with the kid that the foreign kid that was fighting for Terry. Like you could tell those two were gonna have a like that was so telegraphed that they were gonna have a character turn at some point. Like that's probably again like getting through this show. Like the first 3-4 seasons are the most solid. This 5th and 6th season is where they started getting a little too long in the tooth and adding some more obvious storylines to it. And it's like, you're clearly leading somewhere, but you're padding this out now.
Yeah. We got
honestly,
to come up with some
it
stories,
probably should have just been 5 seasons and that's it.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not complaining. It's done. It's great. It ended well. So.
Well, thank God it ended well. It didn't do a Game of Thrones.
Yeah, you want another Sopranos. People were like,
Again, like how many shows can you say that about exactly, right? Like, I mean, so many shows never stick the line.
I never got my Battlestar Galactica ending when I was a kid, so that's
not even ones that we didn't get so much as like even the ones that we do get are sometimes so crappy.
I want to just bad. They just don't know how to do it.
Star Trek Enterprise.
Or How I Met Your Mother, Roseanne. I mean, can we go on and on about how some of the worst?
It would take days, weeks to go over.
I mean, the middle is the Newhart one. It depends on how you feel about that one, right? Like,
some people love Newhart, some people hate that ending.
Hey, some people hated it, some people loved it. So it's like that's the demarcation right there, right? Like,
Oh, the other thing I want to mention too, and then we'll do some foodery, is to get out of here. Was that final fight. You're and this is minor sport. You're like do the crane, do the crane kick, kick, and Johnny doesn't do it. And he looks back at Ralph Macchio. He's looking back at him, at Daniel, and you're like he's gonna do the crane kick, and he doesn't. And I won't say what happens, but there's a great throwback too, just to the original.
But I do enjoy how Tori really actually showed us more of the drum technique than what we ever got to see out of Daniel. Showing what you were saying earlier too about how unnimble or how unathletic Ralph Macchio probably is in real life, because she is flipping all over the fucking place. Really shook, because like I love that too when because his daughter gives Tori the whole speech that Daniel got from Miyagi, like is there a counter punch? Don't know. Ask Drum. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's some great karate in this show too, and you can tell the actors that are.
And I do love how they
better.
wrapped up the one fight where they show all the stuff that he's learned and how it played into that. Like that was actually really cool. Like I dug that. Like
some great flashbacks, and it was just a wonderful job of editing too. I thought so. Yeah, and you just these kids look so young too when you go back in some of these pictures. It's
that's what I was saying is most of these kids outside of the kid playing Tori, and I think she's pretty much the only one as far as the kids go that weren't actually pretty close to their actual ages. Because like I think that Mary Mauser was like 17 or 16 when she started the show, and so like most of these kids were actually pretty close to their real age.
It went 6
We've
seasons.
literally seen them grow up.
6 seasons. Right?
Yeah,
6 seasons with I think a year in between one of them. So like so it's actually been like almost
7 years,
closer to a decade. Yeah. In a way.
Didn't they lose some year through COVID or did COVID?
Yeah, that's what I was
mess this
saying.
up?
And then so it's been a while, and they had a break in between this last season too. So
yeah. Oh, there's
that picture. I love that. That's what I was gonna say. I think that's from his actual modeling days, so I wasn't kidding. Like I said,
great shape. I used to look like that.
Yeah, I used to look like that 30 years ago.
So this is all thumbs up.
When
and,
Sholo physically has been the one who's probably changed the most, really.
Yeah, no, look at him there, right? Is that him?
He's just a little baby,
right?
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's like second season or first season there, yeah.
Like a little kid.
Oh, look at Tori there. She's still
Tori.
That's they're doing the '80s party. That's why
Madonna. Yeah. God, he
good in
looks
that though.
Yeah. Look at Tanner. Yeah.
Now those two, I guess, are actually dating in real life. So
they
they're
are
going to get
okay.
married. Yeah, I think they're going to get married too. I heard.
Oh, so they should do a show together.
Quite possibly, yeah.
That's awesome. Yep.
Well, the weird thing is they got the other two together at the end of the show now. But yeah.
Oh, and Eric K saying they did not want Pat Morita originally because they thought of him as the only comedian.
They really
forgot
wanted
who ended up testing.
I think it was
for
Mifune. How do you say his name?
Toshiro Mifune.
I think that's who they originally wanted. Yeah.
Interesting. Yep. No, he was phenomenal in that role.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and this show had so many batshit crazy moments, like this fight at the tournament at the end, the Sekai Taikai, and
that's where it went a little too. But
it was nuts, but it was good, fun TV nuts. I'll say that. So that was
again. I'm at that point where I'm just looking for shit to complain about. Like at that point, some of the stuff I was coming up.
So we ended on something good, but let's do a little bit of foodery because I promised that, and we're gonna make everyone fatter.
You're gonna make me hungry.
We're gonna make everyone hungry later.
Some chicken tenders. I already knew it.
You're gonna grab some chicken. There's not a lot. Yep. There's not a lot of foodery to show. So let's let me grab that. Let's see. Here was my food photo. So. I'm just so glad. I was just so happy. And then I'm like, do you want to watch another one? Watch another one. Yeah, let's get. What time is it? Like, it's all right. We can do another one. We can do it. We're not getting any younger, but stayed up to 11:30 or 12:30. Watch.
This was the first time I didn't actually watch all of them in one go.
Oh,
I actually had to be up the next morning.
Yeah, so we and sometimes it's bad to binge watch. I remember binge watching Daredevil, and just getting like being dizzy in the morning because I couldn't stop watching it, and and I'm like, oh, maybe I got to go go back and rewatch this, because it's just like, but you couldn't stop watching it, right? I couldn't stop watching that Daredevil series, the first one. But I'm like, this was kind of painful, I think. And it's like 6 a.m. Like, I better go back. Yep. So, all right. So here's some foodery. So we went to, for my wife's birthday, we went to a fancy dancy French restaurant. Let me put this on the screen here. So here's, I messed that up. Here we go. Put us on the side here. So there's, look at all this fancy French words there. But,
Escargot. Escargot.
Escargots, yeah. I gotta find that clip from Three's Company where Mr. Furley's, he's like, Jack Tripper was the chef. He's like, and he goes to Mr. Furley, he's like, I'd like some filet mignon and escargots. Yeah. So this was, of course, one of my favorites was steak tartare. So I don't know if anyone in the chat has had that, or you guys have had steak tartare before, but it was very well cooked, and it was a quail egg.
Wow,
oh, man, it was so good. Really good steak tartare. And then I had some French onion soup. Gotta love French onion soup. And then this, who can guess what this is? It's gonna be
snails, right?
That's the snails. Yeah, that's the escargots. Yeah, that's the snails. Oh, they were so good. And then my son is like, yeah, he's like, I haven't had these. I don't know if he'd had them before, but yeah, Dad, man, you're still going. Yep. Well, last week, remember, I said I was only going to do a couple of hours, and I did 4 hours. Yep.
I showed up too. That happens.
Yeah, Tom showed up. No, we're having a lot of fun tonight. So yeah. So there's the steak tartare.
You have so much fun.
Yeah, damn it. So, and then I had rack of lamb, Dad, man. Look at this, Dad, man.
That looks good.
With the fat there.
Oh, yeah.
That was good stuff. That was good eats with that's like a potato thing, like layered potatoes. And Klobby would complain about the green. He'd be like, "Get that green off my
green
plate.
Stuff off of there.
Get that green stuff out of there." Yeah. Well, the rack of lamb, that was cooked perfect too. Just really good sauce. My wife had chicken coq au vin, the red wine reduction. That was really good too. Yep, I got some of the leftovers. So we had that, and then that's steak and French fries, right? That's can't be more French than that. Yep, steak frites. Yep, steak frite. So that was good with a lot of butter. That was a pasta dish. Oh, there's the rack of lamb again. Yep. Yeah, that was really good. Yep, it was good stuff. Yep. And then this was dessert. Yep. So we had what the heck was this? Oh, this was a pastry with bananas and peanut butter. It was like a banana peanut butter. Elvis would have loved this dessert. Yep. So it was like a peanut butter and banana pastry dessert. Yep. And it was my wife's birthday, so
really
happy. It was a happy birthday. Yep. We got to go to 2 restaurants, so that was good. So we did the happy birthday thing at 2 restaurants. One a week before. We lied a little bit, don't tell anyone. Yep. Oh, that was a soup I think we had. Yeah, that doesn't look that good. That was China. Then went to Chinese for lunch. Yep, so this is a picture of some Chinese food.
Yeah.
The city's got some great those dumplings. Oh man, those were so good. Or buns. Yeah. Oh, and this is some pictures of the Super Bowl. So I think I had shown these. Yeah, this was my chili, cooking the chili and cooking some pork. But Eric K was cooking some phenomenal beef ribs that day. Yeah, he had a great picture of beef ribs. Yep.
Oh man, I need the weather around here to cooperate so I can get back and get out and smoke some stuff. When it's down in the negatives, I can't smoke anymore. It just doesn't work.
But look at this picture with the snow here, right?
Oh yeah.
That was painful, but I was cooking that. I had to cook that for the Super Bowl. So
yeah.
But yeah, you're not as motivated, I have to say, to go outside.
Oh, it's rough. It's rough. The eggs are pretty well insulated, so you can smoke on those pretty well. But
yeah. I have I still have my Weber bullet, but I have a cover that I made for it, an insulated cover. But otherwise you can't. You can't cook when it's that cold. Yep. There's the chili. There's the red sauce for the chili. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the Super Bowl is always good. Why don't they have the Super Bowl on Saturday? Damn it! Now, let's move the Super Bowl to Saturday.
No one knows. No one knows.
No one knows, right? Move the damn thing to Saturday so we can party.
That's proof that men don't run the world.
That is a good point. Yeah.
If we did, then the Super Bowl would be on fucking Saturday.
Yeah, it should be on Saturday. Good.
But
Oh, no, it's making me hungry. That was when you get it right out of the oven or it's resting for a while. Then That was so good. Yep. Right when you're cooking, it's still nice and hot. Oh man. There's the pulled pork then. Doesn't look that good close up, I have to say. Yep. Oh, this was the Super Bowl. These were some poppers that friends made. Those were good, man. Nice job on those with the bacon.
Ooh, those look good.
Yeah.
I'm not much
those
for the
are really-
jalapenos, but I had those down in South Carolina, bacon wrapped with some cream cheese stuff and whatever they put in there. They were good, man. They were really good. I think it was more
the
like
hot and the
cream
sweet.
cheese.
Yeah. The cream cheese in it. Yeah. That's good. Yep. And yeah, it's because it's Saturday Crap-A-Rama, according to Bart Simpson. Crap-A-Rama. Yep. Oh, John has some spaghetti sauce on a wood stove. Oh, good. Yep. And I gotta finally get a good picture of my chili, so that looks better there. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that came out good. Yep. We were eating that for a while. Had a big guess. I think we still have some left over in the freezer. Yep.
Oh man, yeah, my recipe is huge. I can only ever make it when like I'm gonna have someone over.
It's too much.
It's like
right?
it's like 20 people worth. You can't just make it for the family.
Yep. Well, this was the Mexican restaurant we went to see before Captain America, so I had some steak fajitas. Oh, that was good. Yep.
That looks good.
That was really good. Yep. That was good. Yep.
What do you got? A little shot of tequila up there? What is that?
Oh, this is beer. Oh, I did have a beer. Yep.
Oh,
yep.
okay.
Yeah. I needed like 3 or 4 before the movie. And that's some more of the Mexican food. Yep. And those were the tacos. Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, so it was a good meal. Yep. It was a nice Valentine's Day meal. So with no dessert, because then we had to go to the movie.
Now those
So,
look like real tacos. Like you know what I mean? You can tell they're not all. They're definitely
yeah. They're
cooked to
good.
order
Yeah, they have
type
really
of
good
thing,
food in
right?
this restaurant. Yeah, it's a little pricey. It's like a high-end
Real
Mexican.
tacos, so you have no idea what meat they are.
Yep.
Well, you get
Mystery
what you pay
taco
for
meat.
sometimes, right?
Yeah, yep.
Could be beef, could be rat, could be chicken, could be possum, could be all 4.
Well, it makes a great great
No, I'm kidding.
great
I'm
awesome line.
kidding.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Special tacos.
Yeah, from the cafeteria. But yeah, they do a nice job with it, and they have all kinds of great tequila there too. You know, if you want to do tequila tastings and stuff. Yeah, so it's a fun place to go to. But then we had to go see the money I saved on the drinks. I could have bought that popcorn bucket shield, Lisa. Right?
Damn.
Damn.
You know you wanted it so bad.
Yeah, now I do. Yeah. Damn. All right. Well, let's get on out of here. But of course, I want to thank all my channel members. So let me thank everyone individually, and thank you everyone for joining us tonight and spending part of your Sunday with us. This is it's a lot of fun. I've been streaming for many hours now, but it's been a lot of fun. So,
Yeah, over 4 hours tonight.
Over 4 hours. Then I did a couple hours with Sean before this for the. If you want to catch see all the build stuff that I'm doing, catch that on Sean's channel. I posted that earlier. But let me thank my channel members, of course. Always got to do that. Appreciate everyone. So let me thank everyone here. Where's my where can I see my what did YouTube move this again? Let's see. Oh, yeah,
They love to do that.
Yeah, they love to change things. Yeah. All right, so we've got Professor R2 is on the panel, of course. Thank you so much, Professor R2, for supporting the channel.
Yes.
Philip Story, Admiral Teague, Stark of Iron, Mandalorian, 32 Flavors, Nick Weiser, Dadman, RRTNZ, Max Redstone, who's lurking because he didn't want spoilers. I appreciate that, Max. Let's see. Why is this flipping around on me? It keeps moving on me. God damn you, YouTube. It's like, why does it keep auto scrolling? RTNZ, Max, Wes Cagle, RobAltis, DJ Ronnie G, Christian Delorme, 70s, Dave C, of course, on the panel too. Thank you, Dave. Shooter, Eric K is in the chat. Andrew Derivative Joe just celebrated 3 years on YouTube. The great JT Kirk, Brian Hepburn. Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone being channel members and helping to keep keep the lights on around here. It's much appreciated. And I'm working on some doomsday machines for all my channel members too. So I got a big batch that I'm brewing. So appreciate that. I'm gonna send those out to all the channel members. If you give, if you don't want to give me your address, that's fine too. But I will need your address and my Patreon.
No deal.
Supporters too. Yeah, no deal. If I can't send it to you if I don't have your address. But also on Patreon.
Oh, it's 555 West North Street.
Yeah. Right. So yep. So we'll send those out. But thank you again. To Dave for being here. Thank you, Professor R2.
Yeah.
Always appreciate you popping in.
Yeah, no problem.
Tom Connors, of course. Mr. Bat Tom. Thank you for being here. Yep. This is a lot of fun as usual. Thank you to Courtney for popping in. Hail to Courtney. And we'll see you on the next week. And of course, thank you. Eric K says 1313 Mockingbird Lane. Here, I got to turn my camera on too and wave hi to everyone. See, I was a captain. I was a captain tonight. I was on the stream with the.
I got that reference, Eric K.
Right.
That's where the monsters live.
The monsters. Yep.
Yes, it is.
And someone is building. One of Sean's channel members is building a replica of the monsters' house and all the figures.
Nice.
Oh, it's wild.
Wow.
Yeah, so wild. Let me put Sean's channel.
That's impressive.
Yeah, so check out the Sci-Fi Model guy. So he shows some pictures from that tonight. The guy building the house.
Nice.
So here's yep. So and thank you, of course, to the Stream Elements bot, Oliver Belamonte, John Evan Retroberg guy, John Conroy, Mark's 47. Let's see, we got Oliver. Lisa was here. Claude, the great Claude. Thank you for being here, Claude. And I think we've got everyone who's still in the chat. Hopefully, if I'm missing anyone, RobAltis, Lemon Pie. That's scrolling back enough, I think. And Donnie was here, of course. And Six, thank you for your super chat, Six. Very much appreciated. And I think we got everyone who's still around here. Joe's Atmosphere was hanging out with us too. Check out Joe's channel. And Sashi was here. All right, so everyone watch Tom's show in the morning. And Professor R2, you're going to be on with Price tomorrow night? Or,
yeah, Tuesday and Thursday nights, 10:45 Central, 11:45 Eastern. So, yeah.
Check out the Price of Reason. Yeah, you guys have a great
Price
show.
of Reason Live. Yeah.
Price of Reason Live. Always love listening to you guys. You're the voice of reason. Yep. So great show, great late night stuff. And you're mainly on the Rumble, I think, right? But you're also on the YouTube. So
yeah, we do
Rumble's
Rumble and
your
YouTube
home, I
both
guess.
for that. Yeah, Rumble's kind of the home for it, but yeah, we also stream on YouTube at the same time. So yeah. we get a lot of attention from both sides. So it's kind of nice. Yep.
I wish they had the chat could be interactive between the two. That would be awesome if they ever figured that out, right? Yep. But someday, yeah. But they probably don't want to, though, right? They want to keep you in each silo.
It depends on there's some of the multi-streaming platforms that will let you interact with both at the same time, but I'm not sure about. I don't know how. We use Rumble's actually
Rumble chat thing, right? Yeah,
their built-in stuff
streamer
to do our show instead of using StreamYards. So I'm not sure how it works with StreamYards, but I've seen some others. I think like EV Mux will let you do chat with all of them at the same time. So
okay, interesting. Yeah, but I've heard that one's really tough to use. So yeah,
it's very technical. Yeah.
Yep. Keep it simple, stupid. Yep. All right. Well, it got late early, but wow, this was a fun night hanging out with everyone.
Yes.
And go watch Cobra Kai. Don't watch Captain America, whatever Clobby would have called it. Strange New. He would have called it Captain America Strange New Worlds, I guess. I don't know. He would have come up with something good. I'm not good at the names.
Brave Nude Worms.
Braised nude worms.
Yeah, that's probably what he would have called it, right?
Captain Anti-America.
God, I wish I could hear his voice right now, but yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
All right, well, let's play It's Clobbering Times then, right? Because that's what he would do. He'd clobber that movie. All right, everyone. So have a great night, great week, and thanks for hanging with us, and we'll catch you on the next Sunday Night Geekery.
Yes. Bye, everyone.
Fun storming the castle.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.